You're live.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever you may be. You may be asking yourself, how did I get here? What lessons are there to learn? Well, everything can be found in the Twilight. Shit, gotta hit
I
that
was
comment.
waiting for it.
No. Welcome back to Fire in the Dark. I am your host and GM, Jamie Wolf. My pronouns are they, them. I am, of course, joined by our wonderful cast. It is true to say sometimes that Doskwall might exist in some area of the Twilight Zone. At least, or maybe the all of it is just the Twilight Zone. But we are once again diving into the intrigue. Last time on Fire in the Dark, we had something of a, I wouldn't call it the comic relief episode, but I would call it a little bit of a break from the drama with the saga of the Vennies and getting to meet some of Scarlet's extended family. It was a good time. I'm not going to say much more beyond that because go watch it. I just think it's hilarious, and so I recommend it. But of course, I am joined by our wonderful cast. So let's do the rounds, starting with Mariah.
Oh, hi. I'm Mariah or Mischief Dread. My pronouns are she, her. I am playing Chip, or Muscle, or whatever the fuck you want to call them, but their pronouns are they, them. They're the cutter slash tank. This group needs it.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Parker.
Talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, me? Oh.
Oh, you?
Oh, me. Hi, I'm Parker. My pronouns are they, them. You can find me online at ThePixieParker. I am playing Asher Spectre Claw. Her pronouns are she, they. She is the lurk. She is the problem child that steals things and makes bad life choices. I don't know what else you want from me.
Rue.
Hello, my name is Rue. I use they, he, or z pronouns if you're feeling spicy, and I play Crow. Silas Crow Heartroot. I mixed up their real
Crow
names.
Silas.
Crow Silas. That's how it feels these days. Is that Silas is the alias at this point? Silas Crow Heartroot, who is the party's resident academic and really having a good time whisper.
Such a good time.
A good time.
And last but not least, Cole.
Hello, I am the loaf of bread that is Trocero Valentine, Wax Valentine, sorry. And I am the company spider, the person who plants the most, and has been referred to as the white mage of the group from time to time. Which may or may not be good because that makes me more of a target. Either way, Trocero's here to have a good time. Probably.
That does make sense, actually, now that I think about it. White mage works. Possibly red mage. Nope, I'm gonna overthink this. Anyway, so now where we find ourselves. In the last session, we finished it off with actually some downtime activities being done and a lot of information coming to light for Tristero and Asher in particular were the ones who kind of did a lot of that research. Chip did a little bit more research into Talia, but in terms of looking into Archie and what the fuck is up with him, Asher and Tristero unlocked a couple of interesting thoughts, found some old articles, found some old information, and which is why we now find ourselves once more in the depths of the group's kind of, well, Crow's townhouse in Six Towers, near the border of Brightstone. But the group's headquarters underneath in the basement, at their usual planning table, kind of trying to figure out what to do next. A map of Doskvol spread across the table as it is, this time weighed down or pinned by daggers, stones. There's a croissant that was left for several days and has kind of become a rock that's being used as a weight. Coffee has been distributed liberally, and everyone looks like they haven't slept in 3 days. And over sitting in a corner is just Papa Claw. He's just kind of whittling away. Don't know what he's whittling. Maybe he's just carving away at a piece of wood until there's nothing left. And of course, out now much less strung out or worried about her family, Scarlet is at her usual point at her secretary's desk. So, on the map of Doskvol, a number of dots have kind of been placed, little stones showing where various things of points of interest are. One has been placed near the Dalmore estate, what is ostensibly Anya's family's historical estate, the Dalmore regency, nobility, family, and their kind of whole thing. The family that made their money through military contracts and military works, and the like. There's also a dot for a building that is over also kind of in Charter Hall, near where Charter Hall crosses over into Brightstone for the Ministry of Preservation, specifically the building that is the building of Public Works, the building that was built or funded by Anya and Archie a year after they returned to Doskvol from Archie's sabbatical. There is also a dot over in Night Market bordering Coleridge, where that is ostensibly Archie's orphanage, where he went, where he was raised as a child, more or less, where he was discovered by Lord Dalmore and eventually got a scholarship to go to the university in Charter Hall, where he was proved to be a very brilliant individual and eventually got to working in military contracts until he became a professor and then ended up going on sabbatical, that kind of a thing. These are kind of the few major points that are on the map for you right now. And, you know, you have a map. The audience can't see the map, but you have a map. So I feel like I should probably just put these points, because I have these cute little dot things. I'm just going to like start putting points on the map as to where they are. Yeah. I'm going to shrink them down so they're not fucking massive. Put them there. This one, this will be the orphanage. We'll put this one right over here.
Your Scarlet is leaking through.
Oh, you don't say.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm going to use this green one here. Look, I got you some nice colored rocks for your map. See? You can mark what's important to you. Yeah. Oh, I had my cousin Vinny made them. He's amazing. You know, he does glass work. His name's Vinny. His full name's Vin Nix, but like we call him Vinny.
I'm so glad Nix has been incorporated as one of the Vinnies now.
Yeah. Anyway, so I have put some marks on the map. A red one for the Dalmore Estate, a green one for. I'm gonna delete this orange one because that building doesn't exist anymore. It burned to the ground.
Oopsie.
So there's a red one for the Dalmore Estate. There is a green one for the building for the Ministry of Preservation, and a blue one for the orphanage. Begin your debate.
Downward. Let's see.
Scarlet, do you happen to know if there's been any activity, if the Dalmore mansion at all seems lived in? Do the Vinnies know anything?
You know, that's one thing that I'm not really aware of. I don't like. Look, I love a good bit of gossip amongst the nobility as much as anyone. really, but that's not the kind of thing that I pay attention to, whether or not like buildings are there. I personally am more interested in like, who's sleeping with who's cheating on with who accidentally lost half their funds in fucking goat racing. That shit.
I thought you were going to stop at goat, so I am very happy you didn't.
We don't talk about, it's worry about it. Look, what people do on their own time is their business, but it's also my entertainment. So.
I feel it as though we could tip you in gossip on top of paying you.
You could, but it's probably not going to be any better than I get from my cousins, I get all sorts of shit from my cousins, especially the ones who make their money by sleeping with nobles. Let me tell you.
Which nobles have they been sleeping with?
Oh, which ones haven't they been sleeping with, darling? A couple of my cousins are very desirable, I tell you. Very desirable.
Do they happen to know any of the Dalmors?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, thank you for the knowledge.
Yeah, of course. Listen, if you need to hear any rumors, come along. Let me tell you. Oh, what I can tell you, though, I heard this from my cousin Vinny. I've told you, but you met this Vinny, I think. This is a wonderful, very helpful to this Vinny last time, from what I understand. You in particular, Crow, very helpful to this Vinny last time.
Okay.
I heard from my cousin Benny that there's been some activity around, like, rumors of activity kind of thing around night market, that kind of thing. Activity meant in your sense,
The spooky sense?
Yeah, spooky, scary skeletons. The kind that send shivers down your spine.
I know the type.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, that's what I've heard.
Thank you.
Which reminds me, darling, you have to let me do your nails next time before you go see my cousin. Trust me. I know exactly what he likes.
It has been a very long time since I got my nails done, so maybe I would take you up on that.
Absolutely. If you're gonna do it right, though, gotta keep them short. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Crow has never looked more mortified in the entire time you've known them.
Asher is enjoying every second of this.
Chip just looks over to Crow, is like, "Did you have a good time?"
Yes, very much.
Then
Thank you.
who gives a fuck? You do you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Or you do with any. Also good. So.
Also, I brought some lemonade.
Ooh. Thank you.
Yeah, it's getting a bit warmer now, seasons and all of that. So I brought, I thought it might get a bit sweltering here in this basement. You don't have any fans or anything. I mean, get some ventilation. I understand it's a security risk. Of course I do. Vents can be snuck through, but you could get some holes or something. And I end up like bugs dead in the jar at this rate. She just starts pouring out this lemonade with ginger in it for everyone.
I will invest in fans. I will not invest in vents. Asher does not need a new thing to worry about keeping locked.
Yeah,
Of
no, I
course.
appreciate that. It's
Same goes for you, big guy. And she goes over and she gives a glass to Papa Claw as well.
excellent.
All right, so activity around night market makes me think that someone or something might be at the orphanage.
Do we, and I say this with so much hesitation, want to try to split up? Have half of us go take care of the orphanage and have the other half of us do either look into the Delmore estate or... Sorry,
We have a full cast this time, okay?
It
Someone
won't
is
be-
violently disagreeing.
It won't be one of us doing a heist on his own.
Never mind. I think there's a power telling me that this is not happening, regardless if I suggest it or not.
I mean, at the very least, it would not hurt to survey both locations, yeah?
Yeah,
Well, maybe that's what we do. Do we go, perhaps, just investigate each of the options to see which has the more activity?
And then
that be the one that we...
prioritize.
Yeah.
I think that would be
agreed
worthwhile.
with that.
All right. So we're interested in perhaps gathering some information.
I like the calming expression where you're like, yes, you can look at them both, but you cannot go to both of these places.
You can only buy one. You can't take all 3 Pokemon. You only get one.
This is Jamie's chance where they're gonna direct us very heavily to one location and give nothing at the other location, and then we go to the other one.
Oh, yeah.
No. There'll be things that there'll be like there's 3 places for you to look here in terms of what we talked. There's the orphanage down in Night Market. There's the Ministry of Preservation building in Charter Hall, and there's the Dalmore Estate in Brightstone. And trust me, there'll be things that could lure you to all of them.
Cool.
But I'm not splitting the party again. You hear me? I'm not running another like 5.5-hour session where everyone's just trying to do everything at once. I will die.
Sorry for being the problem child.
But we found your secret third option, anyways.
You found the secret third option, and then you tried to do everything anyway.
Yeah. Right.
Anyway.
Okay, so who wants to go where? There's 3 different locations that we may as well, if we're just
looking.
we may as well tap all 3.
Tricero's gonna speak and say, I think it might be a good idea for me not to go near the Ministry of Preservation. And you can see hanging on a coat rack is the trench coat Tricero normally wears with like 3 extra bullet holes going through it. They might recognize me.
Yeah. Maybe
Yeah.
we should keep you safe from there.
But out of the 3 locations we know about, the Dalmore Estate kind of has like the connection between all of them. So,
Fun if they're spooky.
If the problem is spooky, I should
I think you
probably
should
go
probably.
to night market, yes?
Okay.
Also, I do know the person who is giving us the information, so.
I can go
Awesome.
wherever you need me to. I just need to be told what exactly I'm looking for, since I am still kind of figuring everything out.
It's fair. Right, so then if Crow goes to the night market, Tristero, do you want to head to the Delmore Estate?
oh yeah.
And I'll head to the Ministry then. Chip, who is the most likely to get themselves...
If there's the most activity at the night market and like stuff going on,
You might be best
might be
with-
best.
Chip can punch a ghost. I say Chip goes with Crow.
That is true. You
I
can
can't
punch
punch
ghosts.
ghosts.
It is very cool.
Alright, I think that's what we're doing.
Okay. Well, why don't we start with ghost busting?
Go down
So-
to the night market.
Chip and Chip and Crow. you decide to go gather some information around the area of Night Market, specifically the area of Night Market near the canal on the lower western side of Night Market. Finding the orphanage itself isn't difficult. You've got the address from Tristero. He's found most of the relevant information. It's more of an issue when you start trying to get closer to the orphanage. Which is to say, did I make a right turn here? Or a left? No. Maybe we need to go back the other way. Was this always a 5-way intersection? Or I thought it was just a T section. Is that? No, that's just... Are we supposed to go in the sewer here? No, that can't be right. And you find yourselves being turned around again and again and again in the back streets of Night Market. Not because Night Market is inherently confusing. Sure, it's about as confusing as the rest of Duskfall, but you're used to that. It takes almost an hour of this for you to realize that you are being almost deliberately misdirected.
Is it like is the ghost field being manipulated to like shift the city, or is it like physically, or is it a metaphysical thing?
Why don't you make me an attune roll?
Yeah. I assume we're still in risky standard because this is gathering
Yeah, this
information,
is risky
right?
standard. This is just information gathering. It's not that relevant.
Cool. I have no idea.
You're halfway to 666.
Threes across
The shit
the
show
board.
has arrived.
I knew it was coming.
Threes across the board. Chip, you have some minor connection to the ghost field as well. You want to also try making some?
Yeah, I will
here?
try. Risky standard.
A 4.
Hey!
All right. So, Crow, you start getting way too in your head about this. You get too academic about it is the problem. You start overthinking the problem. You start trying to think of every different way that this could be happening. And you start like you almost go it's kind of that thing for anyone who's familiar with My Hero Academia where Deku just starts like babbling to himself and is just like starts to like anxiety spiral around his head. It's very similar to that. And it's Chip, you're not entirely sure either of what's going on, but you do manage to almost pop the bubble that is around Crow's head and with an Occam's razor of, I think we're being fucked with. Which kind of leads you to realize that the streets aren't being fucked with. The ghost field isn't being manipulated per se. Your perceptions are what's being fucked with. Your individual perceptions are being a little bit fucked with. Your personal connections to the ghost field.
Don't like that. So, like, I would like to try something because right now the streets I'm seeing are not correct. Yes, I would like to keep walking as if the street is correct. Does that make sense? So, like, even if there is a building where a street should be, I would like to try walking.
Okay. The question is, do you know the streets here well enough to know that there should be a street there?
Do we not have a map?
No, not with
okay.
you.
I thought we had one.
I was gonna say, even then it'd be hard to figure out like where we are on the map, like where we really are.
Yeah. Hmm.
Is there anyone around?
Yeah, are there people here? Like, do
There
other people
were,
there?
and
Oh.
now that you have asked that question, you become aware that there are not,
Hmm.
and there
Lovely.
haven't been for a while. When you first started down this path, sure. But in the time since, no.
My first thought is Chip's just gonna start wrecking stuff around them. Both out of like rage and then
To see what's
maybe they'll
real.
find something else. Like a clue of where they are. They're gonna do it.
Oh,
You're
okay.
gonna wreck some shit. Okay.
They're just gonna wreck everything around him.
All right. That's a wreck roll. I mean, you're literally wrecking some shit. It's a 4. Okay. So you just kind of start breaking shit. Just give me an overlay of what it is you're breaking, kind of, and how.
Uh, the best way I can think of it is it's almost like Chip gets like in a roid rage type of thing. Like that's the best I could imagine it. And just starts like tearing everything that's like that everything that's not Crow that they see up.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Okay. I would say that something cracks. And it's not this cobblestone, it's not the buildings, it's not even the light post that you probably went to punch. What cracks ultimately is like a pane of glass over reality in a way that shatters until you are once more kind of aware of your surroundings, and there are people again. There are other people again around you. Some of them are kind of looking at Chip a little confused and slightly scared. But there are people coming and going through this area of night market. It's just your typical foot traffic around this part of the city.
Do
Well,
you know what happened here?
when you say it shattered, like there's nothing physical present, right? Like they didn't leave anything behind.
Nothing physically shattered, but it felt like a pane of glass over reality shattered in your mind, kind of a thing. Something in your brain seemed to break.
Can I try and trace that back in some way?
Sure, make me an attune roll.
Well, there's a 4 in that one.
Great rolls today.
There is a
Listen.
4. So it takes you like another hour, and you almost get lost again. But after a winding route, you are able to find the orphanage. And how could you not? I mean, it's obvious. It's one of the largest buildings here on the canal. Like, how could you miss it?
At this
Actually,
point, I have a terrible migraine.
it's kind of weird that also, I mean, that anyone would be looking for this. It's an old rundown orphanage. It's not even like no one's using it anymore. It's just an abandoned building. Still got the sign out front and a nice, cute little iron rock gate that kind of circles the front. But yeah, the garden is overgrown with clawing weeds winding up stones and vines. There are several broken windows. Some old, unrepaired roof shingles and the like. It is a very rundown building. However, it's not. It doesn't have any of the other factors you would expect from a rundown building. It doesn't have any of the indications of people using this building as like a shelter during if they don't have a home. There's no indications of graffiti or anything of that nature. The building is in remarkable condition despite being abandoned.
I have trepidations that what happened to us in Night Market is happening to this building also. That we are seeing something that is not what it is. But I do not believe that trying to force our way through it again in such short succession is a good idea, because whoever set up these barriers is going to notice when they start to crack.
I do wonder how it would interact with us just walking through this one. It's a straight line.
It is forward. We can just go. I agree. We can open the gate and see what happens.
Would you like to open the gate and see what happens?
Yeah.
It swings open.
From here to the orphanage, like the pathway, it's not blocked in any way, it's just kind of overgrown, yeah?
Yeah, it's just a cobblestone pathway that moves. It's, 30 feet up to the front of the door.
Do we want to go at least to the door and see if we can hear or see anything different?
Sure. Let me go in front of you, though.
Maybe that is a good idea.
All right.
I will happily stand behind Chip.
So Chip, you approach the door. It is a very nice looking door. It is some like old oak, like sturdy door with just a big old knocker on it. Like it's got a big brass like knocker, and you can see that you could just lift it and it would go bonk on it. It is like inscribed in the shape of a face, like a human face that has been contorted to hold the knocker in its mouth.
Is there like a window?
On the door? No. To the
Like
side?
immediately-
Sure.
Chip might go and peek in a window.
Okay. You peek in the window and you see an old, abandoned, rundown building. The window that you particularly peek into appears to have been something of probably a playroom for the kids in the orphanage. At least the way you could tell, it's a pretty large, empty room. There look to be what you would guess are toy chests and some old mats on the ground.
Is the knocker being shaped like a wrought iron face normal in Duskwall? Because that seems like something that you might just have in Duskwall.
It's not 100% unique. It's definitely a thing you've seen on some more eccentric doors for more eccentric individuals, ones that might be more acquainted with the spookier side of Doswell. But it's not common. Like, having any kind of shaped door knocker in general is not common because that is ironwork. That is very precise, kind of artisanal ironwork. Most people just have a basic knocker.
Does it look newer than the rest of things?
No.
Okay.
But it is iron, so it looks fine.
Yeah.
Does it look exceptionally realistic? Minus, like, being a little bit deformed.
It is incredibly realistic, but not in a Medusa sense.
Okay.
It is very detailed.
I don't know if we should touch that.
I am of two minds. Part of me wants to knock it and see if it does something, and the other part of me knows that if we knock it, whatever is connected to it will immediately know we are here.
Let's be honest, they probably already know we're here. We're not really, like, looks around being
We're not
stealthy.
being stealthy. No, you're right.
But hey, maybe they don't know that we think anything's here. We could just be exploring an abandoned building.
That is something people do, I hear. I live in 6 towers, so every building I explore is abandoned.
Exactly. So maybe we go and be exceptionally obvious. If we don't think anyone's here, we don't knock.
We just open the door?
Yeah. Or we go in through a window.
There are some that are broken, yes?
Break
Are
a
there any
window.
that are broken on ground level?
Yeah, some of them. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want me to try the handle?
Sure. If it is unlocked, I mean, we can just open the door.
We'll try and open the door.
It swings in. Easy as pie. It's not locked.
Okay, so then what Chip might do is kind of like shake the door hard enough to where it knocks on itself.
That doesn't appear to do anything.
Dang.
Well, I'm going to be honest, I don't like that the door is unlocked. That is not a good sign in my opinion.
I mean, it might be that this layer is unlocked,
Yeah.
but the other layer
one
is
is
not
not.
unlocked.
I have a question. Most esoteric people are superstitious people. Did Archie have a particular way of knocking when he entered rooms?
He did. He did. Usually, whenever he would knock on the door to the boat when he would, show up. He had a funky, not even that funky. He would knock 3 times in rapid succession.
Okay. Chip, if this doesn't work, I don't want you to get hurt. But I want to try something.
I'm more likely to be okay getting hurt.
Well, I don't want you to get hurt because of my actions. It's less of a physical thing and more of a brain thing for me. Sorry. But okay.
You want to tell me what you were going to do and then I do it instead?
No, I will do it. I want to see if knocking this door like Archie would knock on it changes things.
Okay, Chip will like close the door and like step back out.
Okay. I would like to try and recreate the pattern in which Archie knocks with the door knocker.
With the door knocker. All right. As you knock the door knocker, there is, we'll call it a wavering of reality. It is like a heat mirage over your vision. Chip, you and Silas, you both have to kind of squint and blink your eyes and rub them for a moment. And when you open them again, the scene that's in front of you is unexpected. The orphanage is pristine. It is in perfect condition. Inside, you can hear children running around, playing, screaming. And Crow, as you have knocked the knocker, when your vision comes to again, the door for you and Chip is open. And there is a man standing there in what I would call a traditional kind of butler's style outfit, including a single monocle and a pointed silver goatee, with hair like nicely pulled back, tied in a very salt and pepper fashion. It comes it's a little longer, comes down just to the ponytail, just to the nape of his neck. He's got the cloth draped over his arm. Kind of, even in this scenario, he does kind of stand out as being maybe a little too nice. Even if the orphanage looks fully restored, it's still kind of a lower class orphanage in Night Market. But as you pay closer attention to him, you can see that the suit that he's wearing is a little bit threadbare. The elbows have been patched over. The cloth is a little more gray and yellow than you would expect from a pristine white cloth in like a nobility's mansion. I forgot to mention he has the goatee. He also has a long white mustache that comes down to like here, like drapes over to like here. Here. Dash, what can I do for you? Are you another lovely couple coming here to adopt a child?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Excellent. Well, you both seem to be outstanding citizens. However, you will have to make an appointment. I do appreciate the walk-ins, but we are still a establishment. So, if you would be so kind.
Is there any information you can give us
Do you have an
before?
appointment book?
Ah, we do have an appointment. And he reaches over and he pulls out a book. What kind of information were you looking for as he hands the appointment book to Crow?
Just more information about your establishment.
I'm going to look through and see who has been here.
Okay.
I'm going to while I'm going to the page to write to pencil in our appointment, I'm reading through who has already been here.
Sure. So for the sorry, what information do you want again, Chip?
Just more information about like the establishment itself.
Ah, yes. Well, we were established some 120 years ago, I think, as an orphanage. We have stood for a while, and while we are not the most well-funded of the public enterprises around Duskfall, we have gotten by quite well. We have been servicing the communities of Night Market and Coleridge for some time. It is quite an endeavor. We are, of course, always open to soliciting donations, and the children are, of course, fully adoptable. You are more than welcome to talk with them and learn about them and find ones that suit your needs. We can also conduct interviews to see what kind of temperament of child you may be particularly interested in. We, of course, also have to do some interviews and investigations to make sure that you are worthy children. So, yes. For Crow, as you flip to the back of the book.
We're gonna take a slight pause. Because we are missing an individual. Parker,
Parker has
Parker
left.
not here. Go.
Sorry about that, folks. Just some minor technical difficulties, as you likely saw on the screen. But we're back, so yes. We'd have to have some interviews to make sure that you are upstanding citizens, upstanding parents to be a good fit for the child. And Crow, as you kind of flip through the back of the book, the most recent visitor was, according to this book, was dated to be Lord Dalmor 35 years ago.
Yeah, that is what I thought. Well, that should not be a problem. I am a professor at the university, so I am sure we can meet all of your requirements. But if you don't mind, I will take this appointment that's listed for tomorrow.
Oh, yes.
And we can gather any of the necessary paperwork you require for checking us and that sort of thing. We are very interested in getting this moving along.
Absolutely. Well, I look forward to the appointment.
Of course. And may I ask, for politeness, what is your name?
Ah, yes. My name is Mr. Russ.
Mr. Russ, it's a pleasure to
Ashen.
meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well. What do we call you?
I am Dr. Ravensmore, and this is my fiancé.
Ah, pleasure. Okay, pleasure. Yes, I am Dr. Walter Rush.
Pleasure to meet you, Doctor. And I look forward to knowing you better in the future, but I don't want to take any of your time. I'm sure you have much to do with the children.
Ah, yes. Must be getting dinner ready.
Yes. Well, we will be seeing you tomorrow.
Absolutely.
And then I'm going to leave as quickly as possible.
Chip, I'm assuming you're going with?
Chip does, but like Chip's kind of just like almost like holding Crow back a little bit, like slow down, darling. It's okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't. I get very into things.
As you cross over the threshold of the gate, there is, again, almost like that glass pane breaking of reality. And when you turn back, you once again just see an old, abandoned orphanage.
We should get back before we discuss what this is. But I think everyone will think this is interesting.
I will say, if it's like a time loop, it's not urgent.
Yeah. It is something to do with time, certainly, yes.
Asher, you were going to the Ministry of Preservation, I do believe.
Yep.
And let me pull up all of my information and things like that. So you're making your way to the Ministry of Preservation on the north side of Charterhall, near the border of Brightstone.
Yep.
Specifically, you're going obviously to the building of Public Works. Asher, as you approach the building, you are, for lack of a better word, somewhat uncomfortable because it's a big government building that is currently functioning. There are people going in and out. It's a nice building. You can look at it. It's a little bit brutalist for your tastes. It's a little bit, concrete squares architecture kind of style.
Yeah.
Gives a little bit of the feeling of like a prison almost in that sense, in the brutalist kind of bestie. But it's also it's a nice building. Like it's got a dome. Looks like some skylights, windows. It's not like it's like dark and dank, and once you're in there, it's like, oh, my life is terrible and I am an office worker. No.
Yeah.
It's a nice public building that's just been built in a, shall we say, it looks like it's been built to withstand a bomb.
Okay. Cool. What's the look of the people going in and out and around this place? And does there seem to be any part of it that is public accessible, like to the general public?
So, the people going in and out of this place look, I'm going to call them generic office worker number 3.
Cool, perfect.
That is what a lot of the people going in and out of here look like. Specifically, generic government office worker number 3. There are people in, like, suits, but not, like, super expensive suits, just like your everyday plain kind of work suit. Some people are just, a lot of them don't have, like, jackets. Maybe they're just, like, suit or nice shirt and tie and
Business
khakis
casual?
or black pants. Some people are in more of a full suit. There are men, women, non-binary people in suits, dresses, all the 9 yards, but it's no one that is walking in there is in what I would call truly casual wear.
Okay.
Outside of maybe a few individuals that do appear to go in and out at various points, there is a public entrance.
Okay.
That appears to be used by actually everyone.
Okay.
I don't know if you're going inside, but because I can't describe anything beyond that after.
No, so Asher would have chosen to kind of dress up something like a student in this case. So we are bringing like a notebook and all of that sort of stuff. We're going to pretend that we're doing a project on the public works of Duskfall. So that's the intention, is to go in and see if we can't get access to any public records specifically regarding this building, the history of it, just for a project. It's definitely for a project. It actually is, but
Yep, absolutely. My brain went, got it, so Asher's in a schoolgirl's uniform.
Listen, I think we switch costumes fairly regularly. This seems just like Asher's thing at this point.
So stepping into the building with your notebook, your hair kind of done simply in back, kind of trying to portray university student, basically. Inside, there are, I guess what you'd call the area is like roped off. Like there's no walls or anything. It's velvet rope. You can step over it, but like there are security guards and stuff and things like that. And there's like 2 lines there for getting in. There is what appears to be like a public line that is significantly shorter, because there doesn't seem to be a lot of people from the public that come in. And then there's like an office line for people that are like coming into work here.
Yeah.
And they kind of redirect into different areas. There's like a roped off foyer area that is for public access, and then the rest of it is like, all right, everyone, go to your offices, your desks, your cubicles, whatever area to get to the kind of rest of the building.
It is taking so much of Asher's willpower to not try to just stealth into the working area, but recognizes that this is recon. This is not the action. We're not doing just a mini heist. We're just gonna go get recon. So we go into the public line.
Okay. You go into the public line. It goes quickly. You get to the security walkthrough. What does Asher do when basically been like, all right, we gotta, pat you down for weapons?
Shit.
How many daggers did Asher bring, and how well concealed are they?
Okay, so she was better about this than normal because she knows she very much trying to remind herself, no, we are doing this in a very specific way. We are wearing a skirt though. I want that clear. And also like this is, if anybody else saw Asher, they'd be like, who the hell is this person right now? Because it does not look like her, because she normally doesn't look like she has a chest whatsoever. Her boobs are like up to here for once. And there is definitely a dagger down there. I think that's
all right, well, they're not going down your boobs, so They're not going down your boobs. They're professionals. So they just do a quick pat down and they let you through.
And then inner thigh would have been the other one, but if she's wearing a skirt, then it's going to be they can't really check it there either. So
Yeah.
but just small ones, just babies, just in case. It's where I keep my letter openers. It's fine.
But there is there's just, and then once you pass through security, there's just a line of what I would call it like airport style desks of various people standing behind them or like a bank, like going to a bank. There's tellers behind every desk that you can go talk to.
Cool. So I'll get in line for one of them and see who gets the absolute joy of speaking to Asher today.
All right.
Preferably if there is a way to line up with either somebody who looks like they're interested in women. We are playing the Jeff. We're doing this like Jeff all over again, okay?
Oh, Jeff. You're gonna end up to another person's inevitable demise.
Pretty much.
All right, so you get in line. It is, unfortunately for you, it is impossible to tell if any of them are interested in men, women, or the like. They're pretty professional.
Goddamn. Okay, cool.
But you do get in line, and eventually you get up to a what I would call an elderly, well, not even that elder, middle-aged woman, with curly hair that has been pinned back. And she looks up. Oh, hi, darling. What can I do for you?
Hi, I hope you don't mind. So I'm doing a paper on this whole Ministry of Preservation building, just specifically the public works aspects of it, because this building only opened up 20 something years ago or something. So I was hoping I could access some historical files or something for my paper. You have to understand I am in class with Professor Hartroot right now, and it is a whole thing. Yeah. So anything that you can give me access to would be really appreciated. I'm not sure if I can take out books. I know this isn't a library, but also you look really pretty today. Your skin's just glowing.
Now, you understand, this is the Ministry of Preservation Public Works. We don't just have publicly available files or anything like that. Most of the people who come here talk to us like this are people who either are on some form of government compensation to help them, get by, kind of a thing, or people who are looking to donate things or money or stuffs and that kind of thing. Now, that said, I appreciate that you would come to talk to someone like us for looking into your research and so I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm gonna go and see if there's anyone who might be available sometime this week to have a sit-down interview with you.
That would be so good. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, what's your name?
My name? Violet.
You don't happen to have a sister or anything like that named Scarlet, do you?
No.
Okay, just
I have
curious.
a sister. Never had children. Never had any siblings.
Oh, that sounds so lonely. Anyways, yeah, no, if you're able to find anybody who'd be willing to talk to me, I would super appreciate it.
Give me a minute or so, okay?
Of course.
She gets up and she walks back. So you're kind of waiting there for I want to say something akin to 5 to 10 minutes. And eventually she comes back. Okay. I've got one of our workers is willing to give you a talk and a tour, but not today, right? She's a little overworked. You know how it goes.
Completely.
Um,
I completely get it.
So if you come back, get a tour, get to learn about some of the things that are done here. Maybe, maybe they'll talk to you about some of the old projects that are archived and already finished. They can't really talk about any of the newer ones. Like, is the thing. Like,
Oh no,
technically, it's all public information, obviously, but there's forms that got to be filled out in order to get access to that kind of thing.
I totally get that. No, I'm just like looking for the history. It's more of like a history class that Professor Darker, whatever it is, Heartroot. There we go. Odds. That like Professor Heartroot is like getting us to do. So I'm more interested in like the history of the building, and I figured that would be easier. So yeah, no, if you whoever can give me a tour soon would be great. I mean the paper is due soon. I didn't leave this last minute, I promise, but like.
Oh, I understand. We come back and at some time this week, and I'll make sure I'll make sure that Miss Evantiris has some time set aside to show you around. You know.
Fantastic. Thank you. And kind of looking around to see if there's any bathroom or anywhere I can kind of just sneak into for a hot second.
Yeah, there is a public bathroom.
Okay, gonna go there for 2 seconds, see if I can see if there's any vents, see if there's anything that I can at least do my own recon and get my own goddamn tour today.
Not here.
Okay. Cool. Then she's just gonna leave for now and come back the next day. And literally do the thing where we show up every single day until they agree to see me.
Well, okay. We'll talk about whether or not you come back the next day because the orphanage thing has also happened today, so conversations will likely be had. Let's go to Tristero, who went to see the Dalmore estate.
I fully expect you to be abandoned.
Well, you're right. You make your way into Brightstone, where you finding the Dalmore estate, finding the address for the Dalmore estate is not difficult. Is information you already had, basically. The Dalmore estate is on the northwestern side of Brightstone, getting pretty close, actually, to the bridge that leads to White Crown. But not close enough to be like premier, like not like this is where the premier, aka like the governor of Dosfall would live kind of situation. But close enough that you're like, okay, you had military contracts, you probably went over to White Crown during the day, and your commute needed to be ideal and less than 10 minutes, preferably, kind of a thing. The Dalmore estate, however, is, much as you guessed, it is abandoned. It is not run down, is the thing. It's one of those things where it's maybe abandoned isn't the right term. It is maintained. The little garden outside of it is clear of weeds, but it is not groomed, which is to say that plants in it are kind of growing wildly, as they're just not weeds. The cobblestone is it is also clear, but it is not repaired. You can see that it is fractured and broken over the years, and no one has like replaced any of it. The wood of the building and the stone and like the shingles are clean, but the paint is chipped and hasn't been painted over, and the stone is, you can see, starting to crack at certain places. everything it is almost like the perfect example of decaying money, of decaying nobility, of a house in decline, where kind of like trying to maintain an upstanding appearance, but without the money to do necessary repairs.
Just looking around, I'm guessing it's like a gated estate as well, too.
It is, yes. It is a gated estate. It has similar to the orphanage I described earlier. It's got a nice little iron wrought gate. Iron wrought, you can tell that had at one point had a silver coating over the top of it, much of which has chipped away and not been replaced. So you can see that there a lot of the contact points and kind of the what I would call structural weakness points, the places where they would be touched the most or be the most exposed to the weather. A lot of the silver has washed off or been rubbed off at that point. Some of the less touched places, obviously, are still a little bit silver.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when you like see pictures of like old dog statues and you can tell where people have been touching it because everyone's been like touching the nose or petting it. Kind of a thing.
Yeah. Before I try to break in, because I will be trying to break in a second. But I just want to see, is there any obvious signs of like someone who's come by recently, anyone going into the house?
I mean, outside of what I already told you, that someone's maintaining it?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, cool. Is that servant gate open?
Servant gate? There's only one gate.
Oh, there's only one gate? Okay, cool. I don't know why I thought there was a servant's gate.
I at no point said servant's gate.
I don't know why I thought there was one. But
the gate swings in.
Okay. I'm just gonna very subtly just like pull up. There's like a little scarf around the neck. I'm just gonna pull it up, cover up the lower half of Tristero's face, and just kind of. I want to basically investigate the ground, see if I can go inside discreetly with and just start looking around, seeing if it's look like someone's been like coming in, if the kitchen's been used recently.
Yeah, so you pull out the like bandana, tie it around your face, kind of scope the yard a little bit, start making your way to the estate. As you kind of get up to the estate, there's a bullet hits the ground right in front of you from the window, and you see in the window there is a woman in a maid's outfit going, "Get on, go!"
I'm going to immediately pull out a badge, and I'm going to go ahead and trigger my find cover identity. Well, ma'am, it's all good. Inspector, my name's Inspector LaRoque.
I don't know a single goddamn inspector who tied a bandana around their face to hide their identity before they break into a place, so how about you get gone?
Well, ma'am, in all honesty, it's for my asthma.
I think I need a sway or a consort. Give me something here.
Yeah, I got a sway. What do Devil's Bargains look like?
None. This is gathering information.
Alright. Can I put... I might push myself. Just because I want that extra die. I'm going to go ahead and push myself, get 2.
All right.
Nice.
Well, you hear the woman with the gun go, "Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Ah, shit, fucking shit. God, fuck."
It's fine.
Um,
It's fine.
You hear it like she like disappears from a window, and you hear it. Get out of here. And then the front door opens, and the maid kind of comes out, like patting down her dress, and like closes the door behind her. Apologies. What can I do for you, Inspector LaRoque?
Yes, ma'am. I was looking into a disappearance of someone. They had it was one of the children of the Dalmores. She seemed to. This was a cold case, but we had someone just come screaming in, saying, pulling out some kind of weird mask. And I wanted to see if Mr. Dalmore was still available. Mr. Archie Dalmore. Professor, I apologize. I should probably say the right title beforehand.
Well, Inspector LaRoque, I don't know who done be giving you your information, but none of the Dalmores have actually lived in here for going on some 10 years now.
Curious, how long, so 10 years you said?
Indeed.
Indeed.
I have been maintaining the estate to the best of my ability. A monthly salary comes in, paid to me every month. But I haven't seen hide nor hair of a Dalmore in 10 years.
Huh. Are there a return address sent for the pay?
Pay is put directly into my account.
Fascinating. And yeah, you just maintain the estate. No strange happenings. No, outside of my own person, of course. No one just coming by and walking up and then going through like a bookshelf or anything.
Absolutely not.
Huh.
It is obviously a bit strange, of course, but all the Dalmores have gone on to live their own lives, Miss Anya and her husband, Archie, as you mentioned, is a professor, and, Lady Anya, she does good charity work, from what I understand, and does a lot in the public sector. As for Anya's brothers and sisters, let me see now. Mikhail left. He left. He moved to Takarosi some 15 years ago. Mana, I think she married some Scovelander lord or something, and they moved down into, oh, goodness gracious, what's the name of that? It's the place with all the sand and the spices, and you know where I'm talking about. They moved down there to start some kind of merchant business. Weren't much interested in keeping up the estate. And, of course, old Louis, Lewis, I suppose, but, Louis, he was all set to inherit everything, and he was supposed to be, lord of the estate and run the military contracts, but of course, he fell in a canal, got an ear infection, and then died, so,
Tough family. But you say Anya and Archie still live in the area. It's surprising me that they don't come by and check on you from time to time.
I think there might be some bad memories around here for them. And like,
My mistake. I forgot to ask you. What is your name, by the way, ma'am?
oh, I'm Irma,
Irma?
Miss Irma Lee.
Irma Lee. Very nice to meet you, Miss Irma. Uh, but yeah, they have some bad memories. How long have you been in the employ of the Dalmores?
I have been in the employ of the Dalmores for 57 years. We lost
57
Parker
years.
again.
We lost Parker again.
the internet is a greedy bastard and it resents us constantly. Anyway, so
57 years.
yeah, been serving them for 57 years now.
Oh, fascinating. So then you must have known the family fairly well.
Oh, you bet. I was here when every single one of them kiddos was born.
Oh my.
Yep. I delivered 3 of them.
Midwife, maid, and house caretaker. My God, ma'am, you must be quite. You must have quite the resume on yourself.
Well, I don't know about that. When I've been serving in the same place for 57 years, then not a lot to fill it in.
Oh, well, going back to present matters, I guess you might have known Archie when he was fairly well then as well.
Oh, sure. I was here for the whole courtship process. I was here for everything that the Dalmores did for that young boy. He was a smart young man. Really? Quite a prodigy from what I understand. And a good lad. Always respectful. Always gave me a yes ma'am or a no ma'am whenever I had to talk to him.
Mm-hmm. Fascinating. And so Archie and Anya hit it off. And do you know about the sabbatical that Archie and Anya went on? Did they stop here before they went off their way?
The sabbatical they went on. From what I understand, about that, there's just sometimes you gotta get away from the city. Gotta get out of Doswell.
Yeah.
I don't know the details of when they went or where they went or why they went. I just they went.
So I'm kind of feeling like she's bullshitting us a little bit because there was I might bring it. Well, man, my understanding from the bluecoats and military folk who walked around this area back at that time before they went on their sabbatical was there was a precipitating event. There was some kind of criminal activity, a mugging, if you will, of some unjust folk preying on good, kind folks like the Dalmores. Did you happen to witness that?
She's doing this thing where she's like rubbing the palm of her hand a little bit, and then she like starts flattening out her apron a little bit more, like almost like it's a nervous tick. It's been so long since then. I couldn't say one way or the other.
Well, ma'am, it could have a lot of things to do with Miss Anya, and you have heard about what happened to Archie as well, right, Professor Archibald?
I can't say that I have one way or the other. I just, I'm not. I read my papers every morning, but I don't pay much attention to the gossip that goes on around the city. It's just hearsay most of the time.
I mean, what is it saying? Trying to think about how to approach this. I mean, for all intents and purposes, man, Professor Archibald has gone missing.
Well,
left his job mysteriously. No one knows where he went.
Hadn't heard that.
Is she lying to me? Can I study or try to get a vibe check?
You're gonna kind of just have to decide for yourself.
Yeah.
You kind of just gotta think about it a little bit, whether you think she's lying to you or not.
I know for a fact she's lying to me. I know. I wish I had Asher. I should have taken Asher's ability. Fuck.
Could have just taken Asher.
Yeah, basically.
Schoolgirl life did not work out for me.
Oh,
Can't
man.
imagine why.
Well, man, it's because of these precipitating circumstances. I need you to tell me the honest truth. Do you know where Archibald Dalmore the Fourth is?
I have no idea where Lord Archie is.
All right. Has he come by this area at all?
I told you, none of the Dalmores have been here well over 10 years.
All right. May I please have a chance to look around and see if there's anything that might hint to that disappearance?
I have to say, no. It is part of my upholding duties to make sure that no incidentals are welcomed into the estate outside of, the express permission of one of the lords or Lady Dalmore. So unless you have some kind of warrant to do so, I will respectfully decline.
That would count as documentation, I believe. Well, I was hoping to do this kindly, but ma'am, I do need your permit. With your recognition of this paperwork, I am going to have to come and check inside the facility, the building. She's still got a gun, so.
She does have a gun. It is still in her hands. I think I need a command roll for that.
Yep. All right. Risky, standard. Having the documents. Just let me pull the roll. How much stress do I got left? Enough to
The
live.
heist hasn't started yet, so think about that.
I have enough to live. Yeah, actually, good point. I need at least one die. No, fuck it. If the roll lives, the roll lives.
We ball.
Fuck it, we ball. I'm rolling at 0 dice here.
All right. 1.
That's a 1.
She kind of takes a look at the papers and goes, Inspector, I know a bit of hogwash when I see it. And this isn't even fit to wash the hogs with.
All right. Well, then in that case, ma'am, you might need to go ahead and go and talk with your local law office while I go ahead and get my finalized paperwork. This is just a notice of a warrant instead of a actual warrant. Because that was the only thing I was able to pilfer, apparently. I'm gonna need to go get Spectre.
You know what? I don't think I will.
All right. Then you have yourself a kind day, and hope for the best for you. And I'm going to head back to the place and kick a fucking rock into the canal for like 3 minutes straight. I'm not gonna beat up an old lady and break into an house. That's fucked up. I'm a scoundrel. I'm not that kind of scoundrel.
I think she would win.
Yeah, she would also, I think, kick your ass.
Probably.
With
Admittedly, the money was
Tristero's
on her.
history in fights,
It's not
I regret to inform you that I think you would lose.
Hey, listen, I got 2 in skirmish now. I can fight.
Yeah, you can fight, but she can wreck your knees.
Don't have me with the real life stuff. My knees are already bad.
Anyway, so after Tristero is done petulantly kicking a rock into the canal because he got stonewalled by an old woman in a maid's outfit. He and everyone returns to the underground, where you find Papa Claw has not moved. He has finished, almost finished whittling out a whistle. He's got like a jug of lemonade that Scarlet has brought to him, just set to the side, as well as a bottle of vodka. You're back. And as everyone shovels in, I am going to assume that information is passed around of what everyone saw at the various places, and the kind of inns that may exist.
Right, so I have nothing really so far with the Ministry of Preservation. Any information I get is going to be found at a later date because I have to go back, which is oddly frustrating. Go figure. Public information, public works building doesn't have as much public information that I can just take. But anyways, it sounds like I probably...
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, sounds like I probably should have gone to the Delmar house, because I probably could have just snuck in and maybe saved you some potentially getting shot there, Tristero.
Honestly, the fact that I just got fucking stonewalled by a 70-plus-year-old woman is bad, but what do y'all expect me to do? I'm not going to, like, force my way past her, and I might as well just be one of the other gangs around here at that point.
Also, she had a gun.
I've had guns pointed at me before. That's not the problem.
It's called break-in. Why did you use the front door? Have I taught you nothing in the however long it is I've known you?
Sometimes you
Tristan's
have to
defense,
use the front door.
We also used the front door.
We had to use it though. Like
We did have to use it. There was
sometimes
no
you
other
just
way.
have to.
Yeah, but whatever you two went through sounds absolutely... Do we think it's... And Asher at this point, like, unfolds something out of her pocket, and it's, like, a mini version of a red string board that she may or may not have, like, copied from what she has at home, because she realized what she has at home is far too complex to make travel-worthy.
Just a piece of vellum with, like, pens on it that have, like...
With notes.
Do we think, perhaps, that this may or may not be related to the one that has the cat mask? I only say because they have swirls in the mask, and what I've noticed is that the masks tend to mimic something that they have in common. And if you two are experiencing a distorted reality, that seems to align a bit with that. I don't know. Dad, do you know anything about the cat mask? I know that was something you were looking into.
As you mentioned the one with the cat mask originally, he kind of stops whittling for like a half a second before continuing. And then he, as you ask the question, he's like, that much more than I've already found. I guess, I mean, your theory makes sense, I would say. But the cat's been cagey, I guess. They haven't really made an appearance, so we don't have any real information about him.
Well, what if it's not so much they didn't make an appearance, or the appearance couldn't be perceived?
They could, if they can mess with perception, they can be anywhere with no one knowing it.
Very possible.
I mean,
It amounts to the same thing, though.
Yeah, it does.
over table question. Do y'all know which mask Talia has or no?
Yeah.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
That's the bull.
Okay.
Mhm.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
The only one we haven't seen physically is the cat.
Correct. Some of them we don't have names for still, but no, Talia we would have had full mask. Talia's are right there, like right there on the map. So.
Yeah. Ezekiel is in the goat.
Mhm.
You don't know who's in the rabbit.
Marasi, Snowflake Fox, Ezekiel Harcross is goat, Dr. Reginald Riker is the wolf.
He's dead.
Yeah, he did. Rabbit with fireworks, we don't know. Smiling Jester, we don't know. Stone Scale Serpent, we don't know, except for the fact that they don't seem to be freaking human. And then Cat with Swirls, sorry. I pulled up my literal red stringed board.
Yeah. And then Archie is in a phoenix, and Talia is in a bull.
Yes.
Well, considering I know how to get into the illusion, but I don't know if they are hiding in the illusion or if they are hiding in the real orphanage. Either is possible.
I mean, we had to do something extra to get into the illusion. It wasn't, well, that illusion. It wasn't automatic.
Yeah.
That makes me think that it might be in that illusion. We could, of course, check, but that was more work to get to.
Yeah. It takes knocking like the professor to get into it.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys. I don't feel like arguing with an old lady with a gun necessarily today, so we can save that for another time, maybe another night when she's hopefully sleeping, and instead just, do a good old-fashioned B&E.
Yeah.
Yeah, just maybe something after the orphanage incident. Some kind of downtime thing.
I think the orphanage is going to be the bigger piece here, considering what you two ran into.
And maybe we can figure out something to get your information from the ministry quicker, but if we are waiting on
Pistero seems to have a pretty good way of getting information from the ministry.
Looks over at Cope now with 2 patches over the holes. The patches do not match the fabric color.
Pro hates that.
I mean, goes to another cabinet, pulls out a drawer and 4 folders and says, just need to finish making some fake paperwork as soon as I can get a few more ideas what people's IDs look like from the ministry. Always just habitual inspection coming in from out of town.
But those are things that both have to wait, so I suppose Time Orphanage is the clearest option. But I am not sure we should all go in the front door.
Absolutely the fuck not. What the hell? Plus, if they remember you two, and then 2 more people come in right behind them, that's suspicious.
Yes, this is me and my fiance and our 2 other fiancés who are also here to adopt children.
Me, my fiance, my fiance's boyfriend, my fiance's partner.
I mean, we could have adopted them.
We are not much older than either of them, if we are older than them at all.
Children at heart, they need to be watched. Clearly.
Okay, and why are you looking at me when you say that?
I am mostly fascinated to see if, Spectre goes in the back or the window, and then we activate the time loop. Does Spectre experience it, or are they still in the other orphanage? That is what I am interested in.
I will say I think that there would be in the other orphanage, the people in the illusion that the people disappeared, but when we were out, the illusion showed that the people were still there. So I think they would just be in the original, but
then we could explore the orphanage in its real state and its false state at the same time.
Definitely.
Okay. So we, as a collective, just going to go... Sounds like we're interested in going after the orphanage today.
Correct.
All right. Cool. Well, we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we will be getting into the engagement role, the kind of planning, getting into the orphanage, and what kind of scene that might be playing out here today. So stay tuned for that, and we'll be right back, scoundrels.
Mm.
And we're back. Hello. I feel like I need to do... Sometimes I feel like when we come back to these transitions, I need to do, like, my best JoJo pose. Anyway. Besides the point of my ridiculous shenanigans, we have decided that we are going to look into the orphanage this time. So the question that is on my mind, that is on everyone's mind, is what kind of plan are we looking at? And again, we're not doing a transport. Don't even say transport. I don't know how you would transport the entire orphanage, and I don't want to see you try.
Hear us out. What
I'm
if?
latching
What
it to a Leviathan and we're just going.
You'd have to get a Leviathan up the canal, and it won't fit.
I mean, we could just
Not
take
empty.
the source of the illusion and take that with us, and then technically we're transporting the whole
Push
illusion
it
and the whole
somewhere
thing.
else.
I was gonna say, what if we take Bikini Bottom and push it somewhere else?
We'll just treat it like a Korok in Tears of the Kingdom. There we
Thank
go.
you. Yes. What do you mean? we
Wrap
can't
it to a
use-
monstrosity
not-
and let it go.
We're
Where's
not
the rocket?
crucifying the orphanage.
War crimes, war crimes.
Just the illusion of the orphanage, not the orphanage. The
Exactly.
illusion.
All you need is a
So-
towing harness. We got this. Sorry.
Our options are assault. Do we want to do violence against the orphanage? Deception. Do we want to lure, trick, manipulate our way into the orphanage? Stealth. Do we want to sneak, trespass unseen into the orphanage? Occult. Do we want to engage a supernatural power? In this case, maybe try not just knocking on the door isn't an occult plan. It would be you doing some kind of ritual to do something else with the situation would be an occult plan. Or social. I don't know how you would do a social plan, which is negotiate, bargain, or persuade, but I would be interested to see you try.
I feel like it's the issue is that I feel like it's equal parts deception and stealth, because if Chip and Silas are going back for their appointment, quote unquote, that's deception. But if anyone is also sneaking in while they do that, that's stealth.
It's true. It's fair. It would be stealth. You know, I would be willing to roll 2 separate engagement rolls here if we wanted to do deception and stealth. The stealth for Asher, and I am gonna go on a limb and guess Tristero with Asher on the one hand. It's divided into 2 teams of 2, whereas deception, which would be the Chip and Silas, go in the front door plan.
Hey, Jamie,
Yeah.
you let us split the party.
It's not really though. Like, we're not sending Tristero to a 3rd location is what's gonna make that, like, we're not really splitting the party.
I was actually going to ask about the occult power behind this, because I immediately just started thinking about the Dishonored 2 level, where you investigate like Delilah's past. To quote the party, what if there's a secret 3rd option here?
No. Choose at most 2.
All? Why not all?
I
Okay.
will turn this stream around, so help me,
Transport.
and I will put you in the Dalmore house if you don't make a decision.
With the maid with the shotgun. I mean, I'm down for it being stealth and combination deception.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. All
Yeah.
joking aside.
All right. Neat. Let me pull up your action sheet. Cool. Great. All of that. Let's hit the roll engagement roll. We're gonna start with the deception roll. 1 die for sheer luck. Is this operation particularly bold or daring? No, you're going in the front door. I really don't think it is.
We're taking the
Is it-
next step in our relationship, okay? That's a big bold move.
Is it also overly complex? Also, no, you're going in the front door.
I don't know. Have you
Um,
seen adoption papers these days? I feel like it's really complex.
Hmm.
But these are adoption papers 35 years ago. These are adoption papers where you can go, I want that one. Sign here. Does the plan's detail, in this case, I suppose the plan's detail would be the method of deception is we're pretending to adopt a child by being a couple. Doesn't it expose a vulnerability or hit the target where it's weakest? I mean, yes. Like, it's what the orphanage is here to do, so.
Every kid must go.
Every child must go. Buy one, get one free. Is the target strongest against this approach? I mean, no, they're not. Can any of your friends or contacts provide insight?
I can't
Topical.
imagine any ghosts I know were alive at this time.
So, Papa Claw, how do we go about adopting people?
I mean, in a way, we have made contact with the butler dude who's facilitating. Okay.
All of my contacts are alive now or Skurlock, and he's unavailable at the moment.
Technically, Rick would have been alive that long ago, presuming he's around my dad's age. But at the same point, we don't know where or what he was doing, or if that was when he was in jail.
Yeah.
He was in jail.
Yeah, I thought that might be the case.
Nada.
Nah.
No. All right. Are any of your enemies or rivals interfering in this operation? No, not this one. Are any other elements I want to consider? Not especially. So we've got 2 dice here for this particular engagement roll as a 4. So you're going to be in a risky, just normal standard operation procedure for our front door deceivers. For our ones who are sneaking it in the back door, let's go back to that. Now, stealth. What is your point of infiltration? That's the detail you need to tell me for you two.
Quick question about the building in question then. We know how I feel about skylights. Is there anything... What is around the sides and or back and or roof that we were able to notice?
The roof, there is not a skylight, but there is a chimney. Around the back, there is... So this building is on the canal, is the thing. So what you could theoretically do is you could take a canal boat up the back and then like climb the stone canal wall up to like the back area and go in through the back window if you wanted.
Yeah, but Sarah has a habit of falling in the canal, so I think we need to avoid that.
Well,
There's no side entrances or anything like that. It is like abutting other buildings.
Yeah,
So
okay.
it'd be like if you tried to squeeze between the building, you'd kind of be like
Yeah.
kind of like Flat Stanley.
mhm,
So, chimney probably the best option.
mhm.
Chimney or up the canal up the back.
Weird question. Can Spectre get an aura read on the building with their eye?
You don't know. We're not there yet.
Okay. I mean, I'm down to... I feel like the chimneys is just going to take us through, like, the top floor where, like, a lot of kids stay. And I don't know if I want to deal with that yet, but I'm down to do the chimney plan. I think that might be probably the easiest one.
I think so as well. Right.
All right. So the chimney is your point of infiltration. All right. So let's see. 1 die. Again, for sheer luck. Is this operation particularly bold and daring? You're breaking into an abandoned orphanage. No.
Through
one
the
gives a shit.
chimney.
No. Going in the chimney is the Asher equivalent of walking through the front door. So no.
Fair. Fair.
Is it overly complex or contingent on many factors? Not really. Going through the chimney. Does the detail expose a vulnerability of the target to hit them where they're weakest? Yeah, it's a chimney. I wouldn't say it's particularly a vulnerability. I would say that it's an abandoned building and no one's looking at the chimney. Yeah, different doors for different whores. Is the target strong against this approach? Again, no. It's chimney. The only person they expect to come down the chimney is Santa. Duskfall doesn't have Santa. They have a slightly benevolent demon who sometimes shows up, and if you are a good child, they leave you like a bundle of fruits and maybe some like plants. And if you were a bad child, they take your innards.
Eat you.
No, they don't eat you. They take your intestines. That's not a legend, that's just a fact. Can any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight? Can any of your contacts provide aid or insight on breaking down the chimney of an abandoned building?
Great question. I was gonna say Papa Claw, but I realized he would have never gone down a chimney.
He does have Santa's build, but
but he ain't making it down there.
no, he was much more of a cannonball to the front door or to the wall to make a new door kind of individual.
He chose assault plan at every given opportunity. Yeah, I can't. Unless there's a Vinny somewhere who's a chimney sweep. I mean...
As a matter of fact, I do have a cousin who's a chimney sweep. I'm so glad you asked. I've actually got 3 cousins who are chimney sweeps. Now, granted, normally, they don't go down the chimneys of abandoned buildings, but for that old orphanage, I think, yeah, one of my cousins mentioned, it's fine. It's a chimney with enough space it could fit a person, which isn't that common these days, because a lot of people have been building smaller chimneys because of people like you, darling.
That's fair.
And so, like, for that reason, it's accommodating. You're just gonna have to watch out for the birds' nests.
Okay, fair. Fair point.
I'll give you a die for that. There's no enemies or rivals interfering with your go down the chimney of an abandoned building plan. There are no other elements, so again, we're looking at 2 dice. A 6! You and Tristero will be starting in a controlled position.
Woo! Chimneys are good like that, come on. I feel like the chimneys always worked out in a controlled manner.
It is So, the question I have to ask is, are Tristero and Asher going down the chimney before they knock on the door?
I think that's what would
Yeah.
be best, yeah.
I think so, because then if we're at least in the space when it, in theory, does anything, then it has the best likelihood of succeeding with that idea, and if it doesn't succeed, that's fine, we just wander an abandoned home.
Excellent. And what is our item loadout for this? Are we going light, normal, heavy?
I think Crow is going to a light because he's pretending to be just a regular professor who wants to adopt a child.
Going normal.
Normal.
Normal, light. Chip?
Normal.
Normal? All right. So, with our loadouts decided and our engagement rules engaged, let us begin. Let's start with our infiltration. Getting onto the roof for Asher and Tristero isn't that difficult, all things considered. The question is, how are you getting down the chimney?
Great question. Honestly, I'm gonna probably say because Asher went normal load on this one. Sorry. I'm
Did
looking
you
at
bring a
the
rope?
Well, what I was gonna consider doing was bringing the climbing gear.
Okay, that would be
To get us
the
down
rope.
there. Yeah, because I also
All right.
wasn't sure. Like, we probably aren't sure how much of this building is also stable. So if we do end up on a second level, I don't want us to fall through or not be able to like get stuck somehow in some place.
Sure.
So I'll check off climbing gear.
All right. So you check off climbing gear, and you and Tristero will start to, I assume, prowl your way down into the. Yeah. So why don't you both give me a prowl roll, or we can make it a group roll. It's up to you two.
I'm done to do a group roll. I feel like that's fine and that's fun.
Sure.
All right.
That's
Who's
fun and
taking the
fine.
stress?
I can take it. I mean, it's me. It's probably leading this, so.
All right. So you are leading this prowl. So I need a prowl roll from both of you.
Mm-hmm.
That is a 6 from Tristero. It is controlled standard.
And a 5.
A 5. 6 and a 5. You take no stress, and you two are so quiet while you sneak down the chimney of this abandoned building. You are unable to be heard. Now, the real question here is the orphanage is 3 levels. It's got a top level, a medium level, and a floor level, and the chimney goes to all of them, you see, because it's a you can heat it at the very bottom, or you can start it's one fireplace at each level,
Yeah.
and then there's like a hole in the back that you can like it vents the fumes.
Yeah.
Mm,
Either I'm thinking the 3rd or the 2nd.
I'm thinking the 3rd.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's do that
and-
and work our way down.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right. Now, for our front door plan, I assume you're going to the front door and you're knocking 3 times as previous?
Yes.
All right. So as you knock 3 times, once again, the scene around you changes. Asher and Tristero, the scene around you does not. But as the knock on the door, and the door is once again in front of you, it is open. There's a man. Oh, mustache. Mr. Walter Rush. Hello.
Hello.
We're
Does
here
he
for our
remember
appointment.
us?
Sorry, what was that, Chip?
Oh, I was gonna say we're here for our appointment.
Appointment. He pulls out the appointment book and he flips through it. I don't see you on the book.
Oh. That's very odd. We came by yesterday. And I will pull documents out of my pocket. Not mark those off. You asked us to bring a bunch of identifying information. We are interested in adopting a child. We made an appointment, and I brought all the necessary materials.
Sure. Make me a sway roll.
Yeah, I'm actually good at that. What's a devil's bargain for me?
Ooh. The devil's bargain. I do have a devil's bargain for you. Devil's bargain is that I am going to start a clock. The clock is called The Illusion is Broken. And I will put 1 tick into it. Start.
Yeah. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
All right. That's a 5.
That is a 5. So let me get this clock ready and then
Yeah, no worries. Take your time.
And save. All right. That is a 5. So that's a success with consequence. He goes, And he takes the documents.
It sounds like he's eating them.
Yes, I see. I must have slipped my mind to... Was it me you talked with, or was it someone else?
I don't know. A young man opens the door.
I see.
Maybe one of the kids took the appointment page.
It's very possible, and forgot to mark it down. Well, I apologize for the inconvenience.
Oh, no problem. I was just hoping we could get into there. I'm a professor, and I don't have very much spare time to come down to these things.
Yes, absolutely. Well, yes. Come on inside. The consequence for you to try to resist here, if you choose to, is another tick, and the illusion is broken.
I will resist that. Is that what kind of resistance is that?
That would be a resolve.
Oh, yeah, we're good. That's a 3, so not ideal, but that's fine.
Yeah, you still take 3 stress.
Yep. I really like my 3s and 1s. It's pretty great.
Yeah. But he will bring you inside. Just follow me. So, begin. How about, would you like to start off by meeting some of the children, or would perhaps you like to have an interview with finding the ideal child for you?
I think maybe looking around and meeting some of the children in their natural environment, and then we can make some note as to who we like.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Come with me, then. And he will lead you up into a room on the 3rd floor, a larger room. This room is one of the playrooms for some of the younger children. I don't know if there's a particular age range that you're hoping to see, but this is probably a good place to start. Most people tend to be interested in younger children, but if you are looking for something more in their pre-teens or even a teenager, we can accommodate that. So have a look around. And you're in a 3rd floor room. It's got about a dozen children playing in it, ranging from ages of about 3, 4-ish to about 8, maybe. They're playing with various toys, puzzles, kind of the abacus thing, as well as you remember the dentist's office toy with the looping wires where you would move stuff around it? Yeah, that.
I love those things.
That's
just an autism machine. I love that shit.
I love
some
those
balls.
things too.
Balls are just being bounced back and forth. There's a lovely big fireplace here, and the like. So, what would you like to do?
2 questions. Above the table. How old would Archie be at this time?
Archie would be about 14, 15.
Okay.
We might want to say that we're just we'll know, we want to go off personality more than age, because we want to see more of the orphanage rather than less.
Yeah. I just wanted to, I wanted to know so that if I knew to look for him in this room.
Yeah.
And 2, you said there was a fireplace in this room. Is there anything happening, because none of this exists for Asher and Tristero, but are we in the room or no?
No.
So it's a real-time loop.
Yeah, Asher and Tristero, you're alone. You don't see either of the 2 of them. Not that you would have any way of knowing that, because unless y'all have found some way to communicate here.
We're also on the 3rd floor, and they went in through the 1st.
No,
to the
we're
3rd
also,
floor as well.
we're
also
on the 3rd
Oh,
floor
I have
now.
no idea. Yeah. No, so we went. Interesting.
Would
Nope.
you have told us that you were going to just like be on the highest floor if possible?
Yeah.
While we are going to like walk amidst the children, I want to try and like slip and knock something over and see if it clonks in the real world.
Okay. So you slip and knock what? Like
Like one of those wooden block sets.
okay.
I was gonna say, what if you
Uh,
triggered a like Jack in the Box toy? Since I can hear music across the ghost field.
or you knock over a block set. Asher and Tristero, there's nothing that appears to happen for you that you
Okay.
see.
I'm very sorry.
The child whose block set you just knocked over looks at you with big wet eyes.
I'm very, very sorry. Here. And I will like in the way that like someone who doesn't know how children are interacts with children, Crow will build a ridiculously complex structure in front of the child and not actually help them at all.
The child just kind of looks at it like, oh.
This will stand up much better.
And just pushes it on.
Chip like probably laughs at the kid and like tries to do like a little fist bump, like good job.
Starts mouthing your fist.
Hmm.
And proceed to do the thing you do with dogs where you like bop the side of their mouth and they keep trying to grab your mouth.
Maybe. Well, I mean, we want to look at everyone, of course. We want to make sure that we pick the very best, but perhaps someone a little bit older, love? What do you think?
That's what you're feeling right now. I want to make you happy.
We should
Alright.
both be happy.
I'm happy when you're happy.
Asher and Tristero, you're on the third floor in the abandoned building. What are you doing?
After
Well-
waiting a beat, I think we realized that nothing has changed for us.
I feel like something should have happened by now.
Yeah, probably.
Uh,
What do you want to do? How do you want to approach this?
I mean, what does this floor kind of look like to you? Does this
Yeah,
look like where one of the kids hang out? Is it an office space?
You're in a room where you're in the same room I described where it would be a place where the kids hang out, but in that room all the toys are like out, the kids playing and all that. In this space, the floor is empty. There's nothing on the floor. So in the backspace, you're knocking over the wooden blocks. There were no wooden blocks to knock over here in real time. But there are chests of toys, old wooden chests. A lot of the toys in them look very broken down, cracked wooden blocks, faded paint, torn stuffed animals, deflated balls.
Okay. We should probably try to see if we can figure out anything on our end. I kind of want to go down.
Well, yeah, and I was going to say, if we can make our way down to the first floor, I wouldn't mind seeing about whether or not I can enter the door, even without those two.
Yeah.
If
I'd be
they
okay
didn't
with
work
that.
to transport all of us, it might be worthwhile for me to sneak in separately. Or if everything resets itself and I can't find them in there, then it becomes a whole other thing.
Yeah, see if just like knocking on the door is the trigger. Yeah. If you are able to go in and go through, you should leave like a notch on the door with a knife, because I'll stay unless they fix it. Put a notch on the door anyway. Fuck it.
I'll do something. Yeah, look in door frames, top right or left corners.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it.
Is there stairs leading? Can we find stairs leading downstairs? I'm trying to decide if I'm taking the chimney out to outside.
No, there's a
or-
main staircase that leads down to the first floor.
Cool. I'm gonna take that. Well, I don't know if it's still in one piece, right? Like I'm not.
Yes.
Perfect. You
Yeah.
never know with these places.
Um,
I'm gonna make my way down to the first floor, and then see about like exiting the door, and then we're gonna try to do the secret knocky thingy. But
Tristero, you sound like you were gonna say something.
I was gonna say, as we're going down, I'm just gonna quickly like look and make sure no one's on the second floor, just to be sure, and then go down to the first and double check as well.
There's a
Make sure
lot of
nothing like-
closed doors. You'd have to like start going through all the rooms and everything, but
Okay, well, if someone's gonna shoot me, they're gonna do it immediately once I come within sight. Seems to be a habit.
all right. Asher, you go to the door.
yeah, so I'll go exit and then go to and then like close the door, look at the front door. I have a weird question. Do I recognize the facial features at all on that on the door knocker?
No.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to check. And then I'm gonna do the knock 3 times, rapid succession, whatever
Okay.
Crow had told us about. So
Nothing happens.
interesting. Interesting.
All right, let's start digging through the place at least.
Yeah. So we're just gonna. I'll start like scouring the main floor then.
All right.
Oh, can I do a quick flashback with everyone back around the table planning again?
Sure.
Hey, if it turns out that it's all kind of fucked up and for some reason we can't get through, try and figure out a way to like leave a sign that would stay behind for 35 years.
Okay.
The
I
sign
s-
could be like leaving a mark inside the chimney because no one would clean like
That'd
leave
probably
it
be good.
like a mark like with like a pin or something, not like just dust.
That'd probably be good.
Yeah, we could like scuff something or like a windowsill or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Carving into wood board somewhere. Red rum.
Crow and Muscle were here.
It was just like, yeah, C plus M in a heart.
Yeah, I was gonna say crow plus muscle forever.
I was thinking that you draw like a person that's half crow, half human, that's like doing like a like a bodybuilder pose.
Oh my god. I need art of that. I want that as a sticker.
Good. Great. Okay. So, flashing back Samurai Jack to the past. What are you two doing? So you interacted with this small child.
Yeah. You're probably like not out loud, but like you're probably better at marking things than Crow would be, because Crow's not great at breaking things unless it's with ghost abilities.
I mean, like Chip could break something, but like, will they fix it? Is the thing.
That's true. Let me take a look at something really quick.
What'll happen is maybe we agree on like loosening a brick in the chimney.
I was going to say it doesn't cost me anything to bring my chemist supplies. And if I just like have like something that would stain or like create some mark, then I can do that in the rooms that we have been in. And that wouldn't be something they could fix without like replacing the floor.
Okay.
So I will just like every once in a while, like, you know, like how some people like have like smelling salts or things when they are in like lower places and they don't want to smell like poor people. I will pull out something as if I am doing that and then like drip it on the floor.
Okay.
I want you to know that Crow hates himself so much right now.
I know.
The levels of self-loathing they are experiencing
If you give it to Chip, Chip will do it.
is beyond all belief.
I see. That's funny. I was originally picturing that Crow brought like a metal stencil with like a design in it and is like pouring chemical like into it to make a design on the floor.
Be a little too suspicious.
Okay. So you're dropping a chemical burn.
Mm-hmm.
Where on the third floor? Currently?
Yeah.
All right.
As we're like leaving the room that we're in.
As you're leaving the room that you're in. All right. So, Crow and Chip, the two of you, as you're talking to Walter Russ, he's like, "Oh, an older child. Yes. Come with me. Come with me. Is there any kind of? I guess we can do some parts of the interview-esque portion of this. Are there any specific traits that you're interested in for a child?"
Well, I would like, maybe this is a little silly of me, but as a professor, I would like someone I could like share my work with, and someone who would be interested. And also, so many of our friends' children are so very smart. I would hate for our child to feel unmatched by their friends.
Yes. Understandable. Understandable indeed. Let me bring you in to here. And he takes you over to a side room on the second floor that appears to be a modest, nay, underwhelming library for the orphanage, where you see that there is a handful of, I guess you'd call it, studious elder children, kids who like to read more than most, kind of in here. Just a handful, 3 or 4 maybe. Yes. We have some very studious young minds in here. Yes. See, over there we have the young Billy Batson. He is a brilliant young man, truly brilliant young man. Quite the interest in electricity. I'm sure he will go on to do many great things. Over there we have the great thinker Kent Clarkson. He's interested in geology. Yes. Lots of rocks, particularly the shiny ones. Yes. But rocks in general. And then over there, this is we have what I would say this is a child we call his name is Jeremy. But everyone just his name is Jeremy Gordon, but everyone just calls him Flash.
Particularly fast?
Well, no, but he's not a fast. Well, he's not a poor runner, mind you. But now everyone calls him Flash, because he comes up with ideas in a flash. Thing. Flash Gordon. And then over here we have young Archibald. Archibald is a chemist for sure. He takes great interest in the chemical arts. He's even now, I think he is reading one of our more advanced texts that was donated recently by one of our patrons, Lord Dalmore, on certain chemicals. Yes.
I'm something of a chemist myself. Would you like to meet him, dear?
I think I actually need to step out and use the restroom.
Of course.
Yes. Right. Allow me to show you to the restroom. Yes.
If you can just give me instructions, I'm sure
here.
I'm sure they'll have lots of questions about Archie and just the process overall. They might need you.
Yeah, as you could see in the other room, I am maybe not the best with people, so it might be nice to have some accompaniment.
Yes. Understandable. The bathroom is Just go out in the hall, down the stairs, and then to the left of the main entrance.
Thank you.
As you are leaving, I will go and give you a little kiss on the cheek, and I will slip the vial of acid into your hand so that you can drop it places.
Cool.
All right. So Chip goes to leave, and our wonderful crow is left in the library. Meanwhile, our team, Asher and Tristero, you have started to scour kind of the first floor, I believe is what you said?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the plan, is to kind of go through as much of the first floor as possible, see if there's any, basement, sub-basement, secret room, secret tunnel, panic room.
Secret tunnel!
Panic room, escape room, take your pick. Mostly trying to see what secrets this house has, because clearly, I don't know, we're not in the fun time loopy area, so we gotta find some fun here ourselves. Actually, if there's any paperwork or records and stuff like that too, would be the other piece.
Yeah,
Sure.
just I think Tristero is probably pulling out the blueprints as well too, and going through it with ghost echoes, trying to figure out what are the discrepancies here.
Absolutely. So you kind of start going through some of the paperwork, some of the things. I don't think there's any roles that are really necessary, especially since y'all are in a very controlled position here. You have time and space and energy to kind of look over things. Tristero, as you're kind of looking over the plans of the building, you coordinate with Asher, and the two of you are able to work out some things that aren't correct. Specifically, it looks like there is something that should be behind the stairs. Like there should be some kind of... Basically, the area behind and underneath the stairs should just be empty, but it's completely blocked up, boarded up kind of situation.
Well, this is at least something bizarre.
How bizarre!
How strange. Pulls out hammer. All right. Do we want to check the rest of the building real quick and make sure the other two left a sign for us, or should we just go ahead and do our thing?
Probably just go ahead and do our thing.
Cool. Pulls out the hammer.
Yeah, and I'll take the iron pins and small mallet from my climbing gear set to just start to chip away at the sides of it. Listen, I'm gonna use every part of this climbing gear set.
All right, give me a rec roll. Who are you doing, a group roll, or are you doing this individually?
Let's do a group roll. I got one in rec.
I got one in rec as well.
All right, who's leading the rec roll?
I can do it.
Sure. Okay.
I'll wreck it. All right. So give me rec rolls from the two of you.
Controlled standard, which is lovely.
Yeah, I got a 6.
I got a 1.
And a 1. So you do take a stress, Tristero.
Sorry.
As you should. What does that even look like? Like, I'm getting ready to wind back the hammer. You're right in the way.
Yeah,
And
probably.
It's
I-
you go to wind back the hammer, and Asher goes into their bag and starts pulling out tools, and it just slips, and a crowbar whacks you in the back of the head.
Sorry.
Not hard enough to damage you, just enough to be ah.
Okay. Spectre,
Yep.
take a few steps back real quick.
Yep. Okay. Doing so. You know what? He's just back.
All right. So you crack, manage to break out an area large enough for a person to pass through, where you find I don't want to call it a hidden chamber per se. It is an area that has been boarded up, that you can see then that there is another staircase that goes down. Now, like into like a basement area that is definitely not on the plans. Now, there is a problem with that. Over that basement staircase, there would be what appears to be some kind of like cellar door, kind of like a trap door situation that is no longer there. It's off its hinges and gone. What there is in place is there is a big runic sigil making a big semi-translucent barrier.
Fascinating. Fuck, I wish we could trade places with them right now.
I know. Can I, like, I have some sort of connections to the ghost field and stuff like that. Also, Ghost at Ghost technically is a group thing. We can technically see. Can I do some kind of a tune roll to see if I can figure out what it is, what I would need to do to dispel this thing?
You may. You're in a controlled, limited position.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Can I help out, but put trade position for effect and make it instead of controlled limited? Can we just push it all the way up to desperate? Great.
So wait, you want to take a stress to help,
Yeah.
in order to make the position technically better, but trade position for effect so that you're at controlled standard.
I was honestly thinking of another group roll for some reason. Ooh.
I'm fine using it for the upgrade to controlled standard rather, as opposed to limited.
Okay, yeah, then I'll take 1 point of stress. Well, actually, I'll use foresight.
Okay.
All right, give me an attune roll.
That's a 4.
So you learn some things, but there is a consequence. So first off, the thing you learn is, oh, this is so beyond me. This is so beyond me. This is so incredibly beyond me. But also, you do learn how it's like functioning. This sigil that is working as a barrier it's tied to something. You just don't know what it is. It is fundamentally tied to a thing, and that as long as that thing persists, the barrier will persist. You also learn, via the nature of consequence of doing so, that messing with this barrier can have side effects. And I need you to roll me a resolve resist, or take level 1 harm brain rattle.
Would I be able to expend my shadow, because this is more of a security measure, so I can resist the consequence?
It is a security measure, so you can expend your shadow, which is your special armor.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Cool.
You can expend your special armor and resist that effect, and you manage to avoid having your brain literally shaken in your skull.
Yeah, I would like to not have that happen.
Back in the past, Chip, you have ostensibly gone to go to the bathroom. You haven't gone to go to the bathroom. We all know this. What are you doing?
So Chips is probably going to go down to the first floor, and then look for either something that stands out, or try and find like the dude's office with like records, or another place with records if they aren't kept in his office.
Okay. You don't see anything that stands out. Unlike your compatriots in a future time, there isn't anything under the stairs here. There's no cupboard. There's no walls. You could just walk under the staircase if you wanted. And as far as you can see, there's no door or staircase that leads into a basement that doesn't exist, as far as you know. In terms of other things being out of the ordinary, there is the playroom, where it sounds like there's some like preteen and teenage children are playing. That when you look through the window in the other timeline, you saw it. You see the bathroom, as has been pointed out to you, at least one of them. As for an office, there does appear to be an office. It's stands out a little bit from the other places because it appears to be the only room that has a nameplate on the door. So
Yeah, so then Chip's gonna go probably to the office and try and find, they're not really sure what, but just some documents that could be additional context to what's going on here and why. Or like just maybe information on Archie that they don't have yet.
sure, I think, Chip, that sounds like a survey role potentially.
That's what I was thinking. Do I get a bargain?
You do get a devil's bargain. The devil's bargain here being, I put another tick and the illusion is broken.
I think I take that because we only have one tick so far, and I only have one dice. So I will do that then. We're risky standard, right?
You are risky standard, which means you could push it to desperate great if you wanted both the XP and the...
No, I'd rather get information. Okay.
All right. That's a 4. So, let's start with the consequence if you choose to resist it. The consequence here would be another tick and the illusion is broken. You can resist that with a nice little roll in insight, an insight resistance.
I will try and resist that, but everyone gets a +1 to resistance rolls, isn't that right?
Everyone gets an
Yes.
additional die, and it's not you try to resist it. You automatically resist it. It's how much stress you take.
Yeah. Oh,
You take
well,
4 stress.
shit.
You are in a bit of a flurry here because you don't want to be caught because you don't know what the consequences of that would be at this point in this scenario, given that you're not sure what's happening here. What you are able to sort through is going through what would be the most recent documents, because that would probably be the most relevant for this area. You find a couple of things. One, Lord Dalmore has recently donated a certain amount of money to get Archie a scholarship to the university. That is what has happened. And in so doing, Archie is essentially graduating from the orphanage within the month in order to start going to university. 2, you find a rather substantial donation from a anonymous source that is just detailed as renovations. And third, you find a personal letter that has been addressed to Mr. Russ, though in this he is not called Walter, he's called Wally. Mr. Wally Russ. Has anyone gotten my walrus joke yet with this man? Mr. Wally Russ, he's had a personal letter to him asking for him on behalf of his elder brother to look after his own child for a few days because he will be leaving in order to go enact a trade deal.
How long ago was the donation for renovations?
The donation for renovation was like a week or 2 at most.
Okay. So I guess I've a couple questions I'm gonna have to ask about all these. So does the letter about Archie have like any additional like caveats or like any indication about requirements on Archie's behalf for?
No.
No? Okay.
And it appears that Lord Dalmore has just taken an interest in the lad and is paying his way. He's not officially adopting him, but he is paying his way to the university. Um,
Okay. So this Chip might not understand this, but so you said graduate the orphanage. However, like if they're technically like a minor and they don't have a guardian, like they, where would Archie like live on campus? Is that kind of like what's intended from it, or like a campus?
he's gonna live on campus, theoretically,
Okay.
is what it is.
Okay.
Is what it seems to be saying.
Then on the final one, does a letter about to Wally say who it's from and what the kid's name is and
So
like
it's
specific dates?
it's from Roger Russ.
Okay.
From Roger Russ. And yes, it is in order to look after his child, whose name is in fact put there.
His name is what?
Her name is on her name is on the letter.
What's her name?
Uh her name is Rosalind Kellis Russ.
Okay. Um is there a specific date for when she'll be visiting or no?
It looks like tomorrow.
Okay. That's unfortunate. Are there any pictures in the office?
Yeah, there's a few. This is about the time period that Silvergraph is just really starting to take off as like a medium. So there is one picture in here. It is a picture of Walter Russ himself, like posing, looking very distinguished and dignified in a military garb.
Okay, but there's not like pictures of family.
No.
Okay. So Chip's probably gonna try and pocket all those things.
Okay.
Just
You
just see if they can really. And
roll
like
them up, pocket them, put them away.
then they're probably just gonna wander and pretend they got lost. And keep looking around for anything strange.
Okay. So you keep looking around for strange things. We'll come back to that. Crow,
Mm-hmm.
you're still in the library with Archie.
I would like to. I assume he's sitting at like a desk, yeah?
Yes, he is sitting at a desk by a window reading a very advanced book on mathematics and chemistry.
I would like to come and sit down. I imagine it's one of the ones that's like standard curricula, and I would have read it at some point at the university.
It's a little dated actually at this point.
It's an old version.
It's a little dated at this point. It's slightly out of. It's one of those books where you can definitely read it for a basics still, but it's not part of the curriculum.
Yeah.
It was basically not disproven, but like it became irrelevant because of theories put forward by one Dr. Archibald Dalmore IV.
This might be a question I don't know the answer to. Is this the same copy that I'm sure Archie kept a copy of the books he disproved in his office because that's what academics do?
You'd have no way of knowing if this is the exact same copy, but like it's the same book.
It's the same book, yeah. I'm going to sit like opposite and say, you know, I've read that one a couple of times. How do you feel about it?
He kind of looks up and he's like, I think it's a right bit of pitch, actually.
Oh, do you think the good doctor's theories are wrong?
Well, I think he's got a good look at this. And he like turns it around. Look, he's got the basic chemical formulas here, right? And like, this is all the basics, yeah. Like I could go back and forth on this, and yada. He's got the most of the basic breakdown. But then you go over here into his fucking theories. Like he starts talking into the esoterica mathematica. And I have to be honest, he's a bit shit at it all. In the sense of, like, I mean, these formulae he's got here don't even follow the standard practice in the golden medium. And what about this bullshit? His ratios entirely off. I'm starting to think that he's positing things that are just to be like contrary. In order to be a contrarian, like he's trying to be, oh, look at me, I'm different, kind of a bullshit. No, look, I understand that everything that he's positing here still exists in a realm that's, he's positing theories in a realm that are largely untouched, is the thing. But even, I'm sure he's in the process of testing a lot of these. But it's a bit pish.
You know, I am inclined to agree with you on many things. When I was studying this, I felt it was a little bit, backwards is not the right word, but it is close, yes?
Well, I'm still just reading it because, you know, it's an academic text is on modern theories, but it's a bit useless, isn't it?
I certainly think that when the time comes, you will be right. Many of these things are yet to be proven, so we can make guesses about them and consider them correct, but...
Yeah, well, got a right bit, gonna get me a bit right education here soon, and have an opportunity to do just that, yeah?
Are you coming to the university?
Oh, yeah. Mr. Dalmore, I mean, Lord Dalmore's gonna right set me up. Also said I have to take some classes in etiquette, but,
Mr. Dalmore, I saw he visited yesterday. Is he adopting you?
I know. What I understand, Mr. Lord Dalmore's got himself all pretty numbers of kids in there, right? Yeah, got a couple of good blokes and pretty lasses that all to do their own thing. But he's apparently been a patron of this here orphanage for a while. Apparently, this is where he grew up, so he's trying to, you know, make a name for himself and all that, and give back to where he started. He wants to do the same and give some sorts of, you know, their all opportunities to help others.
That's wonderful. That he is taking the time to do that, and hopefully that it will inspire you to do the same. I think it is honorable when we help others like that.
Yeah.
I
His
must...
his young daughter, lass Anya's been helping me a bit too. She brought me down some base chemistry supplies to have in my room so I could try some things before I get put up in the university.
Oh, now I don't want to impose, but would you mind if I looked at those? I am also a chemist, and I will like pull out again my weird little like travel chemistry set because, you know, normal people come with chemistry sets in their bags.
Obviously.
Yeah,
sure.
it's regular.
Yeah. Sure, yeah, why not? He kind of will stand up and like close the book and put it under his arm and you back. As he's like kind of starting to walk down his room, Mr. Russ, Walter, will be like, now I won't be honest. I wouldn't get too attached to that one. Boy's already off on his own, so maybe not the best fit.
Oh, well, that is fantastic. But even so, if he's going to go to the university, I would love to see what he's doing. Perhaps I can help him once he is there.
Right. Fair enough. Still, don't take too long. Plenty of other kids to take a look at.
Of course. I am very fascinated in listening to the theories of electricity when I get back.
Sure. I'm going to see if I can find where your fiance has gotten off to.
Yes, I'm afraid they're a little bit, they get lost sometimes, so perhaps,
It's a
they took a
remarkably
wrong
square
turn.
building, but
You would be surprised. The university is also a remarkably square building, and they have gotten into multiple other professors' offices.
understandable. Yep. I will come find you in just a moment.
Wonderful, thank you.
And starts going down the stairs to find Chip. Back in the world of the living. Our lovely, fine adventuring folks, Tristero and Asher. You have found a sigil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So my thought process right now is we know it's connected to something. That was the first attunement roll. I would now like to do my own attunement roll to see if I can track where it's connected to and what it's connected to. You know, just kind of like do the basically mess with the ghost field enough where I can just like follow the thread where it's going.
Absolutely. So.
Want help? Do you want me to try to help?
Yeah, because I'm probably going to push this to the fucking limit. What's my position again?
You're all in controlled, and
Yeah,
this is again limited because this is not your expertise. So you are in a controlled, limited scenario. Asher, you're gonna help.
Yeah, I just took a stress
Right.
so I can help. You can either try for effect or take the die. Take your pick.
I will be pushing it to Desperate Great.
You will be pushing it from. So wait, you're taking it from controlled,
limited
to Desperate Great. All right.
Yeah, just
and you have a
pumping it
bonus
up
die
2 levels
because your lovely friend Asher is giving you a bonus die here in Attune to help.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead.
Just out of curiosity, just because I like to know for my own questioning, what's a devil's bargain look like?
Yeah, a devil's bargain that it looks like here is that you, by doing this, by fundamentally messing with the ghost field in this manner, you're going to, shall we say, shake the ghost field a little bit, and you're going to tick up that illusion is broken clock by 2 ticks.
Oh, by 2 ticks. Okay, if it was 1 tick, I'd be okay with it. By 2, fuck that. I will just take my bonus die from Asher and go. That's a 6.
It is a 6. With a desperate, there's no consequence here. Unfortunately, with that desperate position, I was ready to have some fun with that. But no, you are able to kind of find a trace with Asher's help. You're able to. It's like how video games sometimes do the like color trails in like a magical hidden second, like a third eye color trail things.
Mm-hmm.
You can almost follow a string. Goodbye, Parker. The stream is haunted. That's what's happening. Is the technical difficulties are a direct reflection of what's going on in the game. Anyway, Tristero, you see we'll call it a magical scent trail that leads you up towards the second floor.
All right. Let's go ahead. Okay, I'm starting to feel like this is going to take us up to the second floor. Let's go ahead
Right.
and follow that up.
Sounds good.
Following the trail that you can just vaguely make out, you are led to what appears to be someone's bedroom on the second floor. It is just kind of, and it just kind of dead ends in the room.
Anything else you're seeing?
Not that you can tell. Doing a surveillance of the room itself, it's a pretty standard orphanage room. There's a bed, there's a chest that would have been at the foot of the bed for keeping clothes and things. There is a table by the window with a chair, and there is a surprisingly not broken mirror that is on the wall, a very, very untouched mirror that's kind of just on the wall. And it is not hard to find, like, the table is scratched up to all hell. People have, like, carved little symbols into it, things that children do, like it's their school desk, basically. There are hearts, there are repeating little patterns, there is all that fun stuff. The one that might stand out to you two the most is the little the carved into it, the Archie was here into the right hand side of the desk.
Because everyone in the chat right now on our side agrees, I want to look more into that mirror. Specifically, I want to try and see if I can look through it through the ghost field.
All right, so you're gonna go look through the mirror. Before we do that, on the other side, Chip. Mr. Walter Rush comes down. Ah, there you are. I'm afraid, actually, I don't remember catching your name. What was your name?
Chip.
Chip. Pleasure to meet you, Chip. Well, your fiancé has been otherwise engaged talking to young Archibald about things, and he will be apparently going to the university soon where your fiancé teaches. Very similar subject. So while that is happening, I was wondering if there were any other children you'd like to take a look at. Would you like to be led back to the library or perhaps to one of the other rooms?
Are there any others that we haven't really seen yet?
Oh, there's an entire room filled with teens and preteens.
Well, let's go there then.
All right.
Oh, I did want to say this. Chip is doing the chemical thing as
Yes.
we're leaving rooms.
And it is while you're doing this, that as you're leaving, that I will say in the other scenario, I'm going to say before you get up into that second floor room, Tristero and Asher, you do see at one point a seemingly out of nowhere, the floor at the base of the staircase begins to just burn, and there's a chemical burn that appears.
Right. So,
Okay.
they're doing their thing.
Crow is letting us know where they are. Good.
All right.
But yes, and then Mr. Russ will start to lead you to the front when there is at the front door. Oh, many apologies, Mr. Chip. Mix Chip? Miss Chip? I'm sorry, I never got your pronouns.
They, them.
Mix Chip. And if you would just stay with me for a moment, I need to address whoever has come to the door. And he will go to the front door and open it and... What? Wasn't expecting you for at least another day. And there is a young woman. I want to say probably about in her mid-teens, somewhere between 14 and 16, dressed in a very nice princess dress. Her hair is she's got kind of blondish hair that has been done into waves of curls that are pinned back behind her head. She is holding a small little suitcase in that kind of classic blocky style in front of her. I wasn't expecting you for a little bit until tomorrow. Papa left for his trip early, so he sent me right along here. He apologizes for any of the inconvenience, Uncle. Ah, yes, well, I've already got, lucky for both you and your father, I've already got a room set aside. You can find it up on the second floor or at the end of the hallway. Make yourself comfortable. It's only for a few days. I understand, of course, Uncle. Thank you very much. And this young teenage girl will pop past you, Chip, up these stairs, but not before dropping a curtsy in your direction and then continuing on.
Chip will probably like bow in response.
Apologies. I was not expecting that. My young niece will be staying here at the orphanage for a few days while her father is off doing a trade deal.
Ah. Well, I entirely understand. I mean, you do have a job to do here, too. You can't just spend all your time with us.
Absolutely. I'm glad to reach the understanding, but of course you are also part of my job here.
Yes.
Now, if you'll come right this way, and he will lead you to the front area where there is a collection of children. Up on the second floor, our wonderful, lovely Pro, you have been guided to a second floor room where our young Archie has, on the same setup I literally just described, because it's the same room.
Yeah.
The differences here being that the chest at the foot of the bed is open, and there are a messy assortment of clothes that have already, you can see, partially started to be kind of packed to a suitcase to the side. There is a bed, obviously is the same, except with the one difference being that there is a stuffed goat toy on this bed. This stuffed goat toy has really big button eyes, and this is in the like toy like sitting position with the front legs kind of bending down a little. And then on the desk, there is a collection of a couple of small chemistry books and a very basic chemistry set with some very straightforward basic ingredients that appears to currently be doing some sort of titration.
Is the mirror on the wall in this room too?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take a moment to look in the mirror on my way over to the desk, but just like a brief moment.
Great. Does anyone here watch the second season of Umbrella Academy, where in 4 and and they pass in the cars and they kind of like stare at each other? You and Tristero kind of like stare at each other through the mirror like that.
And like I make a show of fixing my like hair and like give a little wave and then keep going.
Yes. The young Archie sees nothing.
Yeah. What are you titrating?
Titration. I'm working on deriving an acid that is strong enough to make its way and eat through an ectoplasmic solid that I formulated the other day in order to basically render and he starts explaining like this chemistry thing that it's very basic chemistry learning things, something that in the chemical world of Dosval makes sense, is one of those like it's not like baby's first chemistry experiment. It's more like university's 200 level college mid-level experiment that is usually done for learning about certain properties, but it's still like something you did in your undergraduate days.
Oh yeah, very ahead of his time. Crow is happy to listen and like give feedback, which is kind of funny. It like, again, he's dissociating because they're presently giving chemical feedback to the person who judged their thesis.
Yes, they are.
But they will like take from their own little chemistry set. Like, now, I don't think you are supposed to have something like this, but I think what you are trying to do will not be quite enough. The glassware that you have here containing an acid of this type without some level of esoteric and supernatural means, you may burn the glassware before you burn the ectoplasm. But I have this here, and like pulls out some like reinforced glass. I would pour your solution into this, so that way it can be more concentrated and does not cause any problems for your desk.
Understand? That's very kind of you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It's I guess I mean the equipment I've got is standard. I guess it might be a bit pish, but like it's what I got. So I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you are doing phenomenal work, and I think when you get to university, you will see that you might be a little bit ahead of some people, but the benefits of university are that you don't have to pay for the glassware. Someone else can pay for it for you.
Well, I do feel like a lot of people are paying a lot of money for me to do things recently.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like Mr. Dalmore has been so kind to fund this scholarship.
He's not making you do something in return. Is he like some sort? He's not manipulating you.
No.
I also got to university on scholarship. I was born in Ticheros, if you could not tell. And I got in on scholarship to try and help my mother. I was not successful, but I understand what it's like having those sorts of expectations and having other people pay for things for you. But don't ever think that it is not your own skill that got you here. It is important to acknowledge that you are very bright.
Okay. Back to Tristero and Asher. Y'all can see in the mirror. I'm starting with the man in the mirror.
Thank you.
And then you look over and man in the mirror is in fact Crow.
Yes.
What did y'all do?
Is that fucking Archie as a child?
Yeah, do we see past Crow as well and see... There is this, like, rage that takes over Asher in this moment.
Why are they giving science... Okay, hold on. Why is this mirror so weird?
What the fucking... Can we reach in and just, like, kidnap the child? Did that completely undo everything that's fucking happened? I'm sorry. This is now... What the shit? I'm confused. So if the mirrors are connected between the two, can I just, like, tap the mirror and see if there's anything... Portal.
You tap the mirror and you don't, like... There's nothing, like, going through the mirror. You can't, like, reach through or anything. But when you do tap it, it's kind of like hitting the surface of water where it ripples a little bit.
Okay. Interesting.
Does it also ripple on our side?
Yeah, on your side, the mirror doesn't ripple. Reality ripples. The entirety of reality goes for just like a hot second.
Does Archie seem to notice that?
No.
Then I will just let him
Chip,
keep talking.
you
about
downstairs You're looking at some of these children, and then all of reality around you goes.
Chip, like, I feel like Chip would probably like stumble just because they're disoriented.
Oh, Mix Chip, are you all right?
Yes, I must have tripped myself.
Understood. I heard from your fiance that you are somewhat easily prone to getting lost.
Yes,
So
very.
Perhaps you should have a doctor take a look at your inner ear.
I don't know, because typically I have very good balance. It's just direction.
Understood. Fair enough. Fair enough. Anyway, he goes back to showing you the various children that are in here. Sorry, I think I cut you off there, Root. What were you saying?
Oh, I don't remember.
Oh, good. Okay.
So it probably wasn't important. Oh, I think I said I was going to let Archie keep talking about science.
Okay. So anyway, yeah. Asher, you tap the mirror and it kind of wibbles like water.
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors, see who sticks their head in.
My hand's not going through. I don't think our heads are going to go through. Either we look at breaking this, but that possibly stands to break whatever's happening in this, or we keep searching for possibly the sigil or whatever that downstairs door is connected to.
Actually, wait, is it like a mirror on a wardrobe? Or is it
It's
just,
just
like
on a wall.
mirror? On a
Just
wall?
wall mirror. Okay.
It's the equivalent of like if someone took a mirror and like put like sticky tack on the back and stuck it to the wall.
I'm going to take a knife onto the back of the mirror, just see if I can find where it's like being held onto.
Yeah, so you go to like take a knife to get behind the mirror. You can't get behind the mirror.
Can I take a look at the table and just like check underneath it even for if there's any additional markings that look similar to the sigil that was downstairs?
Nope, but you do find some old gum.
Yeah. Don't like that.
Is
Okay.
the mirror is just the mirror itself, nothing like around the frame.
Yeah, it's just a mirror. It's shaped like it's got kind of like the arch shape at the top, and then it goes down. It's a full length mirror, but
Wonder. Okay, and can't really pull it off. Let me look at my equipment real quick.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think of something other than break the damn mirror, but I don't know if that will do something wrong or what. I am not good at this. I don't know what I'm doing.
I'm thinking, so the mirror is just like stuck up against the wall, right?
yeah, as far as you can tell.
I'm wondering if I can take like a little bit of acid and just like pour it down like a little crevasse on the back mirror and see if I can melt off whatever's adhesive to it. Try to get rid of it that way.
The best you can tell, the mirror seems almost fused to the wall, like you couldn't get behind it, kind of a thing.
Shit.
I don't think we're removing it, so I think it's either break it or... This is the main piece of arcane anything we've been able to find in this place.
Yeah. Just to make sure that one, my hand can't go through the mirror, right? Like it's just like a ripple effect on like you're tapping like a sheet of ice over it.
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Yeah, just to make sure my hand cannot go through the mirror.
No. Nope.
Okay.
It is, if you tap the mirror, it is solid, but it does make a ripple.
Gotcha. Let's see. Why did this scroll all the way up? Chat, you weird. Let's see. What if... What's the connecting wall? What's on the back side of the wall where the mirror is fused to? What's the room next to it, basically?
It would be the bedroom next to it.
Okay, I'm going to go over to the bedroom next to it.
Okay.
And see if I can just like carve. I'm going to try and take a crowbar. I'm just going to try and carve away at the wood and see if I can get behind the mirror that way.
Sure. Back in the ghost zone that appears to be the other side of the mirror, for some reason my brain went Danny Phantom's ghost zone. My
Going.
Crow. As you are having this conversation with our young Archie, there is a boom, 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 boom of like a clock striking a certain hour. Oh, dinner time. Maybe. I apologize. You came here to adopt someone. I'm not really adoptable right now, so like, you should probably go find some other child to talk to. I need to get something to eat, but I do look forward to meeting you at university there, Professor Sir Ma.
You can use any of them. It is okay. I don't have a lot of preferences.
Yes,
It might-
Professor.
It might be a while before we cross paths, but I am looking forward to seeing you.
Right, too right. I look forward to maybe taking one of your classes. Archie will go kind of running out of a room, and as you do, you hear some kind of collision take place out behind you.
I would like. I want to shock the mirror, but that can wait. I immediately go out into the hallway and in the most like concerned adult expression I can pull off, like, is everybody okay? What's wrong?
Yeah, so you go out in the hallway and you find Archie, who has ended up kind of flat in his ass, looking Archie's not the one that's flat on his ass. Archie is in the process of helping a young woman with long blonde curls in a princess dress back to her feet while apologizing profusely to her back up. As he's kind of helping, he's like, very sorry, miss. You all right there? Yes, I'm quite fine. Yes, I'm quite all right. Thank you. You can see that this young woman who you have not met, have not had the pleasure of meeting, nor do you know who this is. You can see that almost like as though you're not there, they start having a conversation. And you can see the young woman, let's just say she's blushing quite a lot.
Seeing that, I will slowly back up and close the door because one, this is a perfect opportunity for me to look into the mirror, and two, I'm not getting involved in the romance lives of 15-year-olds. That's beyond me at this point. This is beyond my expertise. What I would like to do is I would like to go over to the mirror, and y'all are still looking into it, yes?
Well,
I
Tristero's not
probably
there.
am. Tristero went to the other side. I probably stayed on this side to like just see.
So
I
Tristero,
would be.
let's go to Tristero real quick. Tristero, you're kind of chipping away at the back.
Yeah,
It's a
you know.
crowbar, right?
Yeah, just trying to see if there's like anything etched on the back of this. What would make it fuse to the wall?
So you start trying to like you're trying to like pull the board out of the wall here, or?
Yeah, I guess so. Just because I'm guessing
Yeah,
it's like
okay.
horizontal board, so like.
Roll
all
me
right,
a
this
rec
is-
roll.
Love that for me.
Roll me a rec roll. It is in a you're still in a controlled position. You're in a controlled limited.
But I have a crowbar.
You're in a controlled limited.
Okay. I will push it to a risky standard. And no extra dice, I just need the one. Fuck.
yeah, the consequence for you to resist is going to be a prowess consequence, and it's to avoid your crowbar going boing clunk, hitting you in the basically slingshotting back and hitting you in the forehead for the level 1 harm of split skull.
Yeah, I can resist that. I'm fine with that. There we go.
Oh, you took no stress. All right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you do not get this board off. In fact, you don't know what that board is made of, but it seems to be the stuff of demons because it ain't fucking moving.
Spectre, the fucking board won't move.
Yeah, not
House is
surprised by
haunted.
that.
Back in the land of the past, Crow, you were gonna do something.
Yeah. I am going to how well can Asha see me? Could she read my lips if they were looking at me?
Yeah, it's pretty clear.
Okay. As carefully and clearly as I can, I say, I'm going to shock the mirror.
I'm hold on, I gotta mouth this out for myself. Yeah,
More or
Asher,
less.
you don't know if they said I'm going to shock, break, fuck the mirror, but it's one of those three. So you back up.
Yeah, yeah, I still back up. It's still something to the mirror, and I'm like, backing up.
Fuck the mirror. And I would like to push myself to use World Walker. And while it isn't a person, I guess I should ask first. It isn't a person, but can I attempt to use it to disconnect the mirror?
You
from
can
the
try.
ghost?
Roll me an attune roll.
Yeah, okay. Do you have a devil's bargain for me?
Yeah. Yeah, the devil's bargain is that you'll get the bonus die here, but you will sear everything that you saw here into your memory that you will never forget, such a way that if you ever see Archie again, you'll never be able to get out of your mind the boy he was.
I will take that. It is still risky standard, question mark?
It is still risky standard, yes.
Okay.
So if you want to go desperate, great.
Why not? I haven't done a desperate thing in a while. And I think Crow is not really thinking in doing this. It's just kind of what has come to mind. Okay. Desperate. Great. 1. Here goes. It's a 6.
It is a 6. All right. So don't forget to be marking all this experience whenever y'all have done desperate rolls.
Oh, don't worry. I'm running out of places to put dots in Attune. Not Attune, in Resolve. I'm running out of places.
Yeah, y'all need mastery. So you channel your World Walker ability and start shocking the ever-living shit out of this mirror. Before we get to that, Chip. Chip, you are down in the kids' room that is the kind of elder teenagers' room.
Yeah,
Sure.
so Chip's just gonna continue looking to see if there's anything notable. Also, like, with an intention of, like, seeing why someone would want to keep this memory, like, this time. Like, what's so important about this?
Yeah. So looking through the kids here. I think there is one thing that starts to stand out to you. And that is that if you pay close enough attention, everyone here is moving almost in a fixed pattern, repeating actions on a loop. kind of every 10 minutes or so.
Okay. So not as important as what's going on elsewhere, which is the longer loop.
Yeah. It's almost like this is a background of what someone expects would be happening,
Got it.
but
Yep.
doesn't exactly remember it.
Yeah. Okay. Chip will then tell Wally that they're gonna go find their fiance, or that they are gonna go meet back up with their fiance.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Come with me. Probably still up the stairs, plugging away, talking chemistry with the young Mr. Archibald. And as he is having this conversation, you watch him and really everything around you start turning to dust. All of it. It kind of all starts to dissolve like a bad PowerPoint transition. Just. And you are standing at the foot of the stairs in an old, abandoned orphanage.
Chip wrecks some shit in anger. Chip wrecks some shit in anger.
In the bedroom, that same kind of effect takes place for Crow. Crow, not only does that take place, but for Asher, who is in the bedroom, they kind of do that same effect into existence in front of you, kind of like made out of dust in front of you. And for Tristero, who was on the other side, nothing changes.
Yeah, Spectre, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I think we need to come at this from another angle.
Ah, Crow's back! Is the mirror still in one piece?
No, it is dust.
Cool.
Tristero, as you come out of the room, you find Chip. You can look down at the bottom of the stairs where Chip has broken a banister.
Hey, Chip.
Hey.
Oh, actually, good. Crow, we need your help. There's kind of a sigil thing that's kind of blocking its way downstairs.
I can't hear you. You're muted.
Downstairs? Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you. Sorry. Cole, Tristero and I were having a hell of a time trying to figure this out, so.
Well, we found the mirror at least.
The mirror's gone, dear.
What mirror?
Hi, Chip.
Hi, Chip.
It's a long story. I'm sorry I abandoned you to walk around with the butler for like half an hour.
I mean, I figured out that wasn't the right place to be, so I don't know why someone wanted that memory, but it wasn't whatever was happening down there.
I think I know what it was.
Chip's gonna check and see if they had the paper still, just in case. Damn.
They do not. The papers are not
Worth
there.
a shot.
But you do still have the memory of what was on
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
Um,
Let's
Go
go
and
see
get-
what your sigil problem is.
Yeah.
So taking them down to where the sigil is.
Is
Yeah.
it still there?
So, Tristero and Crow and Asher, you come down the stairs to where Chip is. Underneath the stairs, where you have made a hole into kind of the plywood that was boarded up, which for you, Chip, since you spent the most time downstairs, Crow never really went down there much. You're like, this wasn't here.
Yeah, and Chip will mention that renovations were done shortly after that time period.
Oh.
Or at least there was a check for renovations.
Huh.
Interesting.
Do we know who the check was sent from?
Did it say it was an anonymous donation?
Anonymous.
Right? Yeah,
It was
anonymous.
made by Anonymous.
We could probably find the records somewhere. Probably Ministry of Preservation.
You also go under there, and as was mentioned, Tristero said and Asher said there was a sigil under the stairs. However, when you get there, there is none.
Oh, So really, I should have just busted the mirror from the fucking get-go. Got it. Right, never mind.
Well-
We're gonna go head downstairs, and maybe this is what was renovated? Our money was poured into? I don't know.
If
Mhm.
there wasn't a basement before and there is now, it's safe to assume that is why, yeah.
I mean, you know. Also, to be fair, Spectre, we broke the mirror. Might have just lost Chip and Crow.
Yeah, no, but you don't understand. Crow was the one that broke it on the other side, I'm pretty sure.
What
did
the
you say?
fuck?
What were you trying to say, by the way? Were you trying to shock the mirror or fuck the mirror? I couldn't quite figure it out.
You were trying to fuck a mirror?
I shocked the mirror.
Okay.
I shocked the mirror.
Alright.
Yeah. Danke.
Yeah.
Anyways, and Asher's just like jumping right in to go into the basement.
Into the hole!
We're bored.
Like me and Zelda.
Yeah, pretty much.
So you step down the stairs into this hole, this basement. Who's going first?
I think it's Asher.
I mean, if Asher just barges in before like Chip really recognizes what's going on, then I imagine Asher. But if there's time, Chip will probably go
Oh,
first because
Then yeah, no.
body.
Yeah. Asher looks around, realizes Chip is already going for it, and then is like, okay, you first.
I'm gonna go back up to the chimney real quick, grab the rope, and bring that back down towards the hole.
So Chip, you are the first person down. At the bottom of the stairs, there is a black door that has been, I see a red door and I want to paint it black. But there's a black door, just a plain black wood door. It is not locked. Opening that door leads to a site that is not unfamiliar in Duskfall when you find the smaller hidden places in reality. It is a church, or a chapel, or some kind of religious gathering area. Fairly recognizable in terms of its setup, but each one is different depending on what or who is being worshipped. This one is long defunct. There are broken pews at various iterations and places. The tapestries that were on the walls are largely eaten away. And the little imagery that you are able to find, Chip, is pretty typical bog standard Duskfall. Something, destruction, something, exaltation, something. The back of the room, there is an altar. And then there are two further doors that go further back. So the question stands, what are you doing and where are you going? Starting with Chip, since you are the first one in.
Yeah, I was gonna say like Chip would let everyone know that like seems to be clear that they can come down. Then would probably go investigate the altar, even though they're not really sure what they'd be looking for. But they would just see what's there, period, really.
Okay. So Chip is first one down and approaching the altar, followed by Asher and Crow, and Tristero will be behind once he figures out this fucking rope. The Chip. In your lines of work, especially backed up with Asher and Crow, you've come to see a variety of things. One of the things that you are unfortunately familiar with at this stage is a discoloration of old blood on stone. And this stone altar is caked in it, is I guess the best way to put it. It has stained this gray stone rust. And it is not a small amount. It is more blood, or at least the stains of more blood than you would expect to find in several bodies of people.
Chip will let everyone like know that they found that.
I have occultist. It's one of my abilities. Can I either through that, or if I have to, I'll push myself to use World Walker. See if I can determine either like what entity they were sacrificing to, or at the very least what was being sacrificed.
You go ahead and make me an attune roll. Chip, were you gonna do something?
Chip might look for like something that like indicates how long it's been there for.
Sure.
Chip's not really like the brightest though, so I don't know if they know
Yeah.
what to look for.
That's
Unless there's like a
study
date carved
roll.
into it.
Mhm.
Is it what
That's
roll?
something that'd be like a study roll, I think, for Chip.
Oh yeah,
so
they have no dice. As a devil's bargain.
We will get to that. I just want to ask, what is Asher doing here?
Checking out the doors of the back.
All right, right or left?
The altar is very well taken care of. Is there anything distinguishing the two doors?
Nope, they're the exact same.
Then let's go right.
Okay, so starting with, let's start with Chip's 0 dice study roll. Trying to figure out how old this altar is, how long it might have been there. You want a devil's bargain. Your devil's bargain is that there is, I'm torn between two devil's bargains. On the one hand, the devil's bargain is there is a lingering sense of energy around, in the ghost field around this altar that weirdly contorts with your intent to study this and gives you a long-term fascination with archaeology and architecture. Or, on the other hand, the other devil's bargain I have is that in kind of going over this altar, you break part of it.
I think Tristero has something really quick.
I just want to say I can also aid with foresight if you would like.
You would get a bonus die for that.
Yeah.
I think having this long-term fascination with archaeology, I don't know what Chip, like, I think that'd be really interesting with Chip, because Chip doesn't know know anything.
Mhm.
So I just think that'd be funny. So we're gonna do that.
Chip gets really into ancient aliens.
There it is. There it is.
There
Thank
we
you.
go.
Oh no.
Okay.
All right, so that's a bonus die for the devil's bargain. If you take the foresight from Tristero, if Tristero uses it, that's another die.
What's the is there a negative thing for foresight or no?
Nope.
No, it's just I get to help someone out for free 2 times on a score.
Okay. Risky standard still? Like risky or
You're now in the controlled scenario.
Oh yeah, because we're modern now. Cool. Can I it's controlled standard, right?
It is controlled standard.
Can I change position for effect and do
Risky great, yeah.
Yeah.
Desperate
Absolutely.
Extreme.
Desperate extreme.
Really want to check out this altar.
2 bonus dice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh fucking shit.
All right, with the 2. So unfortunately, there is no carved like year that it was put in. With a 2, you don't really get anything other than I will tell you this altar looks older than its surroundings. like
Got
the
it.
altar was brought here maybe later than the surroundings. Like it was brought in as
From
an
somewhere
artifact from
else.
somewhere else.
Cool.
Now the consequence for you to resist is going to be it's going to be level 1 harm memory trauma where you experience the memory of someone who is sacrificed here on this altar.
With the rolls I've been having, I really
I
don't
can
want to.
I can do a protection roll. I have a mastermind that gives me a chance to protect someone, protect a teammate.
See, I also have the benefit, like, I heal faster. I get plus 1d on healing, and I already have part of my clock filled in.
Gotcha.
So, like, it's not a big deal if I take harm.
Okay.
But it's up to you.
I'd like you to not be limited in your effect.
There.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think what comes down is Tricero finally figures out the rope, comes down, sees you looking at it, and just look rattled, and just says, like, grabs you by the shoulder and says, "Hey, Chip, bud, you okay?"
Chip just looks at you like aliens.
So you
Sure thing.
kind of, before Chip is dragged into this memory, you kind of like put your arms, expend your special armor for mastermind, kind of like, it's all right. Chip looks at you like, aliens.
Sure thing, buddy.
Okay, so that's plus 2 then, or what does the protect get me?
It's lets me protect someone, so I'm
There's
doing
no
the roll.
consequence. You're
No
fine.
consequence. Cool.
Yeah.
Tristero just has to expend his special armor.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. For Crow, you make me an attune roll to devise the goings on of this altar, who was being sacrificed to, what was being sacrificed, that kind of a thing.
I'm also going to trade for Risky Great.
Okay.
And do you have a devil's bargain for me?
Yeah, my devil's bargain for you is that you don't have a choice. You will experience the effect of someone who went through the being sacrificed, which is level 1 harm of trauma.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm already dealing with the memory echoes of the professor. I don't need more of that in my life. Also, I really like the fact that for once I don't have to go to the doctor, maybe. Maybe. All right, let's see.
Would you like 1 extra die so I can have a nice even 6? Never mind.
Oh, sorry.
I'll get
That
it.
is 4. I mean, you can do it if you want to take that stress and give
Do you
the
want
extra.
to?
If you just want to
Yeah,
roll
I'll take
another
it.
6.
I'll
Okay.
take it. If it's not you, then I'm giving it to Spectre. And if it's not Spectre, then I'm giving it to myself.
Okay. Nope, didn't
So
matter.
we take the 4.
Yeah.
So in this case, Pro, as you are attuning here, you learn a couple of things. First, the sacrifice here was being made to a old demon of flesh. One that is actually been destroyed, if memory serves. This demon just doesn't exist anymore. It was subsumed by a different demon, more or less. Eventually, it was an old demon of flesh that was being worshipped. Second thing you learn is that this table was being used for sacrifice, and that in contorting to a demon of flesh, what was being sacrificed was also being eaten. And 3, about the same time as Asher opens the door to the room on the right-hand side, they were, in fact, sacrificing children. As Asher, you find a room full of small bones where remains were likely tossed.
No, nobody wants to
what
go to
is-
this room. No one
what
wants
is
to
my
go in here.
consequence?
the consequence of your action for you to resist is it's pretty much the same. It's trauma. It's level 1 harm, trauma to the brain that you would resist with resolve roll.
I will resist that. And then Crow has some thoughts. Not
All right.
well.
And you take 3 stress. That is a lot of 3s you've been rolling today.
It
Threes and
is.
ones.
I am 2 stress away from having a third quirk.
No.
So maybe I don't do anything else today. But like you see Crow sort of like sitting over the altar and like doing this attunement, and like normally when Crow is attuning, there is like I'm sure Tristero can actually hear it like a humming, but for everyone else it's like a gentle vibration. And then all of a sudden it is like when you scratch a knife against a chalkboard, and Crow like slams their hands onto the table, and I have no points in rec, so it's going to be useless, but they are just like not trying to do anything, like not trying to break things. They are just like shrieking in anger and agony and the like pain of knowing what happened here.
Yeah. Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Roll me an attune roll.
Okay.
Just just do risky standard when it asks you. Don't add anything. No devil's bargains. Just roll me an attune roll. This is a 3. Okay. No, I just told you to roll this. It's no consequences are here or anything. With a 3, there isn't much effect, but as you do that, Asher, Tristero, Chip, you watch as something in Crow fluctuates, and the table cracks down the middle. It doesn't break, it doesn't shatter, but it does get a crack through it.
Okay.
Nobody go into this door, and I'm just gonna like close it and then go check the left door to see if it's just as bad.
I was
Asher
gonna
just
say,
kinda close the door closed.
I was gonna say,
Chip?
do we want to have Crow like take a breather outside?
Yeah, Chip was probably gonna pull Crow away
Yeah.
and just be like, "Let's get out of here."
We'll finish the cleanup down here. Don't worry.
Yep. Fuck. Chip.
And like very quietly, possibly only Chip hears as Crow just looks on the way out and goes, "I'm sorry. I was here and I didn't know.
Could you have done?
I don't know.
On the way out, I imagine Chip's gonna look at the altar again, though, just because.
There's an egg inside of the altar.
No.
Big red egg with a face on it. No.
This is an alien.
But consider alien."
Consider.
Asher and Tristero, you're going over to the other door, yeah?
I'm going up. What's behind door number 2?
What's behind door number 2? Well, opening door number 2. It is also not locked. Behind it is a room that has been more or less, you could tell someone like stripped this room of everything. Like whatever was in here, completely emptied out.
Okay.
Completely emptied out, except for a few small things. The first is the skeleton of a man, not a child, a man. For both comedic effect and for identification effect, this skeleton of a man, there is a knife that is literally stuck through his ribcage into the stone behind him, like it was pinning him there. And even though there's no reason they would persist, on this skeleton's existence, there is a walrus mustache that comes down to about here. The other thing that is in this room is there is a small table just in the middle with just a little fluorescent light. Like someone, it's like a glow stick. Like someone made a chemical glow stick, but it's just in a vial that's been sealed, sitting on the table, illuminating what is on the table.
Checking at the table.
Approaching the table, there are only two things on it. There is a note card. On the note card, there is a phrase. We learn from the past. We regret in the present. We heal in the future. And at the bottom of that, there is a symbol that has been drawn that is an Ouroboros. It's a snail. Good God, a snake eating its own tail. Not a snail, a snake eating its tail.
No, but consider
Ouroboros.
Noroboros.
It's new merch.
Snorboros, snail Ouroboros. No, it is a snake. It is a snake eating its own tail. It is an Ouroboros. That is the first thing that is on the table. The other thing that is on the table is an old, somewhat threadbare, stuffed goat.
Interesting. I grab both the note card and the goat.
Yeah. I'm gonna just go up to the skeleton one more time, just like check and see if there's like anything else. Any like dying message written in blood.
Or if there's any indication on the dagger, like on the what is impaling him, if there's any.
Oh yeah, if it's like a noble family dagger with like their emblem on it.
There is. There is a Dalmor crest on the dagger.
All right. I think I think Crow and Chip just hear from the whole motherfucker.
You can tell by the nature of the dagger that this was probably not the dagger that was used in sacrificing. It is not ritualistic in any sense of the word. It is a very simple stiletto dagger.
Meant for the stabs. Right. So?
And at that point, you exit the basement. Crow, how do you respond when Asher comes out holding a stuffed goat?
You watch all of the, not that there's much color to begin with. Crow's already not looking great. You watch all of the color sort of fade out of Crow's face. And they walk forward and put a hand out like they're asking for it.
Happen to see this wherever you went?
Yeah, I did.
Who did it belong to? She's put it in your hand, but she hasn't removed her hand yet.
It was, I guess, Archie's. It was in his room.
She just kind of lets go and takes a step back.
And Crow is sort of very delicately, because this is old, cradling the goat in this is a relic of a person who doesn't exist anymore sort of way. But that person is still important, and that person still lived a life. And again, Zir overwhelmed with a guilt that they can't place because there was nothing they could have done in that time loop. But he still feels like he should have done something.
And that is where this heist, you have stolen the object, is the goat.
Goat heist.
It is goat heist, kind of.
And yeah. So let's talk payoff, downtime, post traumatic stress disorder. Let's talk the aftermath of this. Let's talk downtime. So first off, no one gets paid. There's no money in this. There was no money to be had. There wasn't much money here to begin with. So this doesn't exist anymore. Heat. There's also no heat to be had here. There's smooth and quiet and low exposure. You broke into a place that nobody cares about. Congratulations. You're not getting any crime. You're not getting any crime points for this one. So you get no heat for this either. By that same virtue, however, you're not getting any reputation for it either. Many apologies, but I would give you reputation, except again, nobody gives a shit. It's like the one place you could break into that nobody would have cared. The only thing to gain here was information. Anyway, in that sense, how about we talk about downtimes? And we're going to start, or no, we have to start with entanglements actually before we go into downtimes. So you're.
We can skip it. We can skip it for this one.
I was gonna say we could just not.
No, we gotta roll that wanted level. Roll that beautiful bean footage. An entanglement of a 2.
Close.
Okay. So it's a pretty straightforward one. This one's called gang trouble, where one of your associates, someone who's associated with your trouble, causes some issues, and you either have to lose face, i.e. forfeit reputation equal to your tier +1, so 2 reputation here because of this, or make an example of the person who did the wrongdoing, or face retribution by the gang who was accidentally wronged by doing this. The person unfortunately doing the wrong here was Scarlet running her mouth. Because that's what she does. And what Scarlet was doing, unfortunately, was talking some just mad shit about the Ministry of Preservation. So either you make an example of Scarlet, lose reputation, or face reprisal.
I would never make Scarlet
No.
face the consequences of her actions.
No. We let her do whatever she wants. And maybe that's why we lose reputation, because we let our secretary do whatever she wants.
You'd only lose 2 reputation.
People come up to us. Did Scarlet just talk a whole bunch of shit? Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Fucking true, honestly.
Scarlet's just talking mad shit out here. No, all right. We'll knock your rep down a little bit, but for the most part, yeah, it's funny. It's funny. So that's your entanglement with Scarlet being Scarlet, honestly. Just being a little bit mouthy. So now let's go to downtime. And let's start our downtime off with let's start with Asher, actually.
Okay.
Before we get to Asher's downtime though,
Yes.
Rick, side note, Chip, you were the only one who knew that the young woman who showed up there was Rosalind Kellis Russ. Have you told your associates what you found in all of those documents?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine once that like they all got back and weren't there, they really like a debrief where everyone was told everything.
Okay.
Cool. Color, the second you mention Rosalind's name, there isn't much color to Asher to begin with. They're pretty fucking pale. But even more so, it drains from them even more so when you say that name. Anyway, so what am I doing with my downtime? Yeah, we want.
What are you doing with your downtimes?
First and foremost, I'm gonna go check in on Helene and use that as the doing the, because we decided that my vices temporarily switched to obligation and checking in on her and taking care of her and whatever she needs.
So you're gonna go check in on Helene. So go ahead, hit indulge vice for me.
I have not done this in a minute.
I think that's too much, isn't it?
Ooh.
Yep.
That's the first time in a while that I think we've had someone overindulge.
Pretty sure the last time it was also me, but it was the exact same situation where it was 2 6s and technically a crit, but also not really. Because I think I'm constantly that problem. Anyways.
So,
how do you want to do this?
How do we want to do this? You get to make a choice here. Do you want to roll an additional entanglement for the gang and you?
Uh-huh.
Do you want to brag about, get mouthy with Scarlet, brag and give y'all self some extra heat? Do you want to have your character disappear for the next session? Or do you want to have your current purveyor, aka Helene, cut you off of your vice?
Absolutely not that last one. Absolutely not. I actually have to miss next session anyways, so that might be a convenient thing.
That's way too convenient, damn it. You do have to miss next session. Fine.
Well, now we have a mechanical reason.
That does mean that next session, y'all just in general won't have access to Asher at all. Like, you won't be able to pull on any of her resources or contacts, anything. She is off the grid.
Yep.
Can we at least get Papa Claw?
Yeah, Papa Claw will be there.
Okay, thank God.
But, okay. So, in the wake of that, Asher, you go to see Helene. Helene it's been a little bit of time now. It's been a few weeks since the incident. She's still... Her hands are still wrapped from her nails being pulled out by herself, but under compulsion. Huh. Hello, darling.
Hello, darling. How are you feeling?
So tired.
You know, it's feeling a bit haunted, I suppose, these days. How are you feeling? How are you doing?
Restless. Feel a little cooped up here. I understand that it's a certain level that I can't really go anywhere for the sake of being endangered. I was targeted, but I'm used to being surrounded by people. And my establishment and my workers and all of them, and here it is just me and a comatose young woman who's in and out of consciousness in the other room, and also seems to be recovering from some level of frostbite.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, did you... Maybe you should try to see if you can leave town for a day or two. I don't know.
I don't exactly have anywhere to go. Unless you have any recommendations?
I mean, mildly biased. Scotland is pretty nice most times. You know, when we're not dealing with a civil war, but...
See, but I know very little about Scotland. I could use a tour guide.
Are you trying to convince me to take a break?
a short vacation might be good for you and me. I understand that you have obligations and things that have to be done, but if you work yourself into the ground, darling, then you'll just be inefficient at it.
You're not wrong. I have considered stopping by my old home anyways to see if there's anything on my mother that my dad hasn't shared with me. Something that he's kept, so it might not be worthwhile. You can see where I grew up, if you wanted to.
Sure. And in the
As long as-
meantime,
So technically
we'll
I could
spend
make-
exactly a little bit of time doing that, and then the rest of the time you will be showing me pastry shops. Do you understand?
Most certainly. I can do that.
Excellent. All right, and now we have a very convenient excuse for why Asher is gone.
My girlfriend
your-
is whisking me away. Excellent.
On a vacation to get your head on straight.
I mean, valid. But that does clear all my stress, right?
It does. It does clear your stress. You even if you overindulge, you still indulge, and your stress is cleared. So your vice in this case is a week-long vacation with your girlfriend, eating pastries and having sex.
Yeah, that sounds fucking delightful. So I think the other downtime activity that is, sorry, because it's more so. I think I'm looking at this in the sense of it's acquiring an asset, possibly special item / information potentially, unless you tell me this is more of a long-term project. Because I would like to, because the second Rosalind is mentioned in this, I kind of want to go see what she's been up to, and
That is a long-term project. That is not an acquiring an asset. An asset is an item, a cohort, a vehicle, or a service.
Cool. I'm going to start a long-term project then to look into my ex.
All right, so let's pull up Asher's. Look, you have no clocks. Let's make a shiny new clock.
Love this for me.
I love last session. We wrap up all of our clocks.
And
now this session, we need more.
All right, so go ahead and roll me a... What are you doing? How are you looking into this? What's the plan?
I think in this case, we are at least starting with... I mean, I would have had Tristero's notes from, like, orphanage records and stuff like that, so I'm actually going to go tap into his old research to look into the Russ family specifically.
Okay.
And
Go
that
ahead.
connection, because I've only known her as Rosalind Kellis. I didn't know about Russ as as part of her last name, and so starting to look into that history of like her dad, who was the brother of the guy who owned the orphanage. Like I can probably make some connections.
Yeah, well, she obviously dropped the Russ name at some point to
Yes.
become Rosalind Kellis. So go ahead and roll me a. I think that would probably be study.
I know. I realize that now, and I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can do that would shift it. But my other thought process was going to be going to the ink rakes and seeing about consorting my way into getting information on the Kellis family.
That is also an option. Which would you prefer?
I'm going to go consort because I have 2 dots there.
All right, roll me a consort roll. Is it 2? So we put one little slice in here. Your consorting gets you a little where you you learn that the Russ family and the Kellis family are technically were 2 different families that came together. That's why her name was Rosalind Kellis Russ. And you learn more or less that the Kellis side of the family was her mom's side, the Russ side of the family was her dad's side. The Russes were merchants, not nobility, but successful mercantile businesses, at least for her father. Obviously, her uncle ran that orphanage, but he wasn't nobility. He was, he was a merchant who built his own way, and eventually married into the Kellis family, kind of like how Archie did with the Dalmores. But the Kellis family were kind of lesser nobility. They are not high up there. They're not like the Dalmores. The Dalmores were very high up there. But the Kellis family is they're low tier nobility. They seem to have been a family. Fucking bugs. They seem to have been a family that kind of consistently put out, for lack of a better word, stars, like theater people, musicians, writers, people that were famous for art.
Okay.
So, yeah, that is your downtime activity.
Yep,
Let's
that's it.
go to Tristero.
Hey. Let me know if this costs a downtime activity, but real quick, after everyone's like gone off, I'm gonna go back to the orphanage and I want to see how long the body's been dead.
All right. So, kind of a downtime activity would that be?
That's why I'm trying to figure out if it is one, because I just wanted to get like a timeline.
Yeah, that I'm gonna put that kind of on the same line of acquiring an asset, which is to be information. In this case, it is a one piece of information. It's not like an extensive kind of thing you'd have to look into. It's just kind of a medical thing that maybe you'd need to get Dr. Avermice to come with you and be like, huh, what's the verdict, Doc? Is he dead?
If that's the case, I don't want to waste a downtime action on that. Let me start my new clock of breaking into the Downmore estate.
That is a game session. That is not a clock.
Fuck. Okay, well, let me at least go to the theater. Maybe after I indulge my vice with Crow, we'll feel better.
So, Crow, you're going with with him to indulge vice?
Yeah, we are going to go to the theater.
Yeah, we are going to go see the show called Unkeepable Resolutions, written by Rose Aurora Ocean. It is a romantic tragedy that is somehow based on actual events of a mugging that ends up costing the life of a loved one. And it's like actually a revenge story kind of thing. It's really engaging, but you kind of lose the plot in the middle, and there's some characterization that doesn't really make sense. But overall, it's very nicely well done.
Get to watch Crow ugly cry.
Go ahead, have both of you roll me an indulgence roll.
Yep. And you can adjust your roll by 2.
I will.
And I will adjust mine by 2 to 6. So I'm cleared.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just saw that one for Crow. It is 2 ones.
Yeah, it's great.
All you've rolled is 3s and 1s today.
I rolled 1 6 to break the mirror.
That's it.
That's it.
Jeez.
Well, all right, so that's one downtime. What about the other?
I want to acquire an asset then.
Okay.
And not of the body. That was just going to be bonus for me, but
an asset of the mind.
An asset of the mind. What I would like to actually acquire instead is I want to acquire I want to acquire the financial records of the anonymous donation, because it's anonymous, but that had to get approved through the Ministry of Preservation, I imagine. And I want to be able to track all that, and then also, or no, fuck. I guess I just need a way to break into the Ministry of Preservation. I just need to steal some uniforms and make better identifications for everyone.
Okay. Yeah. So you'll say you acquire a temporary asset, this temporary asset being Ministry of Preservation uniforms.
Yeah. And I think I rolled to check the tier of that.
You do. Sorry, acquiring an asset is incredibly something that has, I think, never happened on this show. Yeah, you roll the crew's tier, which is 1. So you roll your tier. So I can do that from the crew sheet. You roll tier. The result indicates the quality of the asset. And you can spend coin to raise the result after.
Okay.
Or wait, you have no bonus dice. It should just do the 1.
Yeah.
It's a 5. So 5 it is a tier 1 asset. It is your tier because it is whatever your tier is. So is a tier 1 asset. So if you want to make it better,
I would
which
like
might
to
be
spend
worth
my
doing
coin.
because the Ministry of Preservation is up there.
I would like to do that because I need that to be good. Or
Okay. So it's you can add a tier for each coin or 2 coin per tier.
2 coin per tier. I have 1 coin. Shit.
Can we stockpile coin?
You can all chip in. You also have 3 coin in your vault, I should say.
You can use one from there. It's fine.
All right. That brings it up to tier 2.
Do we want
All right.
higher?
If we can push it to tier 3, Ministry of Preservation's a tier 4 group, so
So I can put in another 1, or I can put in 2 if no one else wants to help chip in individual coin.
I legit just
Everyone's
have
checking
one
their
coin
sheet.
left to my name. And
I
I'm on
have
vacation
3,
next week.
so I can also chip in 1 because I have 3.
okay.
All right.
Yeah, if you chip in 1, that'll bring it up to tier 3.
All right. Let's get it at least tier 3, which is a good plan. All right. So give yourself some tier 3 uniforms for Ministry of Preservation with identification.
It will get us through the door, and then once we get where we are, they will ask why we don't know what we're doing.
Excellent.
To which we
Wonderful.
can say, it's my first day.
It's my first day. Cool. You technically have a bonus downtime, but I assume you're going to save that in case. It
Yeah, in
needs to
case
be
anyone
passed
wants an
around
extra
somewhere.
one. Yeah. I imagine if Crow wants to go on another indulge vice, on top of some other stuff, I can pass that off.
All right. Let's go to Chip then. Chip, what are you doing with your downtimes?
All right. So I will first indulge Vice, but I do have a question. So
All right.
since Helene is and everything is out of commission, I initially thought Chip would go freelance and just have fun doing it that way, which would be a possibility. Or we could lean into this long-term fascination with our archaeology and still do. I was just on the Vice page. Just make that more of the Vice, and it can either be weird depending on what aspects of archaeology they're going into, or hold on, what else was it? Pleasure, because it's a type of art type of thing.
Mhm.
I feel like that's the only other one it really fits into.
Yeah, these are both options. I think that if you went weird, your vice would become that you might start attending alien cult meetings. If you go pleasure, for luxury, it'd be a bit more academic, where Crow would get you an annual pass to the university library where you could go read books.
I gotta go what's more interesting story-wise, and that'd be the alien cults.
Of course you do. All right. So put for your vice, put alien architecture cult. As the vice, and for your purveyor, let's go with
If you need time to create someone, that's fine too.
I'm just
throw out
I'm
some
trying to come
names.
up in my head. Hey, does anyone know the name of the guy who's the ancient aliens guy?
Yes, but I don't know how to spell it. Give me a hot second.
I got it. I'm gonna put in the Zoom chat.
You know how to spell it?
Oh yeah.
No, I copy
automatically?
pasted it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like,
so you're
I don't know his last name.
your alien architecture cult, and your purveyor will be Cult leader, Georgie.
Got it. Cool. So yeah, gonna go indulge that vice then.
Alrighty, go ahead and hit me that indulge vice as you are inducted into the cult of ancient architecture. 5.
Cool.
Amazing.
Go ahead and clear 5.
And then kind of a bit of flavor to that. We'll also be working on a new stripping routine that is themed around what we would
Columns.
understand as Indiana Jones. Yeah, that type of thing.
Good. Excellent.
But more like the Indiana Jones and like the Crystal Skulls or whatever it was, where like it was an alien Indiana Jones. Yeah. Okay, but then also we'll work on my crew upgrade clock.
Okay. Yeah. How are you doing that? Because last time was it excavation? Is that what you did last time, or was it?
No. Last time it was just training, like
training?
on...
Yes.
Wait. I changed my mind actually. I am going to train in insight.
Okay. So you're going to train in insight. Let me check the crew sheet real quick.
Do you not have all
Insight
of
is the
them?
only training y'all don't have a point in, so you only get 1 XP.
Oh well, Chip's gonna do it anyway. Okay. After
Cool.
the cult meeting, he's gonna go read some.
Good plan. Read about architecture and Dustfall. Okay. Bro.
Hello. I first am going to go and hang out with all of my best friends, the ghosts. The only people who understand me at this point. To indulge my vice again, so that I don't have 5.
How you doing, Sugar Lips?
I've been better. How are you?
Well, dead.
Well, yeah, but is it a good dead day or a bad dead day?
You know, sometimes days just are. Not good, not bad. Just kind of flow like diarrhea.
That sounds bad.
Maybe a river. That's a better metaphor.
That's
a river.
better. That's better.
It just is.
I cannot for the life of me remember the last time I had a day that just was.
Ouch. Sounds like you need a break.
Well, unless you feel like teaching my class, I don't think that's going to happen.
Summer vacation coming around soon?
You know, fun fact, when you are a professor who oversees a research lab, you don't get a summer vacation because there still has to be research done.
What about PTO? You gotta have some of that.
Probably. I don't know how to use it though.
You might want to look into that. Then not use it to do more work.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Get some PTO. Go find a nice beach somewhere. Sit on it.
And
Relax.
read?
Just soak some sun. You know,
I
get
do
some
miss the sun.
waves on. Go swimming. Suck a cock or two.
Those all sound like good ideas, but they will have to wait a little bit, I think.
No, that's a misspeak on my part. There is no sun.
He
There is
says go
only
to
night in Dustfall. However,
says-
Stars. Get some starlight.
He says go to the beach, and Crow goes, I do miss the sun.
What's a sun?
It's like a star, but closer. So it's
Never
warm.
heard of it.
sounds fake.
Well, I would say I would take you sometime, but from what I understand, if I were to take you across the ghost field surrounding everything, you would die. Again.
Anyway, you know what I mean. Go do nothing.
Sometime. Thank you.
And go ahead and hit that indulge vice button for me.
Motherfucker!
You have overindulged by like a 1.
Yeah.
Same as
Yep.
today is the day of overindulging. So your options are: we can roll an additional entanglement, we can give y'all 2 heat, your character can go missing for next session, or your purveyor can cut you off.
Listen, me and my girlfriend are going on this really nice vacation to Scotland. You want to tag along?
I cannot imagine a thing that would be more uncomfortable for
I
Crow
know.
than going on vacation with you and your girlfriend.
Third
Invite
wheeling
Vinny.
it so hard.
The third wheeling someone who at the moment does not like him.
I know.
Invite Vinny. There you go.
Fourth
Invite
wheeling.
Veneer.
Chip and Tristero show. Let's go.
Well, I don't want to leave the two of you alone, obviously.
Of course that
Also,
could happen.
but I also don't want to put us in a worse situation by making the like various heat and entanglements and things, because that is like a group consequence.
Consequence of the actions, though. So, like,
I, the human, don't want to do that, but also Crow would not switch Zir Vice because he has problems disease.
how about we go with another entanglement then?
Yeah.
All right. So let's. Where is it? Where's the sheet? Let's roll that beautiful bean footage one more time. It was a 6. Oh, interesting. We don't have one of those, so we skip it. You don't have a
Ooh.
faction with which you are currently +3.
No, we don't like anybody. Or I guess rather,
well-
nobody likes us.
Oh, the damned and the hive and the gondoliers like you, okay?
Okay.
Anyway,
That's being
nothing
done.
happens.
Nothing happens. That being finished, I would like to go and study with Echo.
Ah,
Oh, I put
Yes.
and also like I have been doing every session. I'm just filling in with analyst. I'm filling in that clock on building my demon killing knife.
good, great. So you're going to study with Echo on demon killing.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. So this time, Echo sees another lesson, then, is it?
If you have the time, I can leave. If you don't, obviously.
No. I mean, this lesson will be largely your own doing, and you'll find it is very similar to the last one. And Echo brings you
Throwing
back
me
to the
into a
hole.
hole.
Yes, but this time you're going to climb down it yourself. I'm not going to push you.
Oh, that's nice of you.
Well, I think we got the shock factor out of the way the last time. Besides, hardly the point of this one. Now, if you'd also be so kind, now that you're down there,
Hmm.
I need you to strip to the waist.
Okay. And Crow will unbutton their button down and take it off. And Ziv never taken his clothes off in front of anyone. On top of like very messy, was definitely done by maybe not the best surgeon in Ticheros top surgery scars. His back is entirely covered in esoteric geometry tattoos, like from like nape of the neck all the way down on like into the waistband of Zir pants.
You see, the Echo is like holds out a hand for you to throw the shirt, and as you do,
Yep.
would that we knew each other sooner. I could have recommended a better surgeon for that.
It's
Your
okay.
shoes and socks as well.
Okay.
We'll take those, and then we'll dump a bucket of cold water over you. Right. So, today's lesson is about concentration and keeping things from affecting you, not from you affecting them. So what you're going to do is, now that you are sufficiently doused, Echo sets up a very slow drip of cold water, very slow, that will just systematically fall on you over time. You're going to meditate down there, and what you're going to do is you're going to meditate to maintain a field to repel these. And Echo holds up a jar of ghosts again to keep them from affecting you, despite the circumstances. This is to simulate the stress of combat, as it were.
I appreciate you not throwing knives at me.
Yes, well,
That's the next lesson.
I would get Skag to do that anyway. And then drops the ghosts. I'll be back in 6 hours, and then leaves. So go ahead and roll me an attune roll.
Yep. It's a 5.
It's a 5. It's one of your best rolls all day.
Truly.
We'll put 2 little ticks in that demon killing clock. There you go. You got
So
2 more
close.
ticks. You're so close to finishing this one. And with that, Crow's downtimes are spent. There's still an extra hanging around, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. There is.
Uh,
I have
We
the
could
clock
always
to
do
do
more-
the crew upgrade going if we want to
Oh,
put
yeah.
it in for that.
Yeah.
There we go.
Unless we don't want to do
Alright.
that. That just
I
doesn't
was
benefits
also-
everybody.
Yeah. I also just remembered there's a conversation about a certain vial of kindled we hadn't had yet.
No.
Fine, it's fine. I know what you're talking about. I'm going on vacation. Bye.
I'm going to vacation. I'm
So
space.
Nice.
for that clock, so just to build up the crew, and get a crew upgrade, it'll probably be, I'm trying to like divide it up amongst the different things. This time it'll probably be like way if I can do that, and trying to convince others to like give like more resources and like support us and things like that.
Yeah, and support you. Get more underlings, because you do technically have other people in the gang
Yeah.
who work for you, but like kind of thing. So sure, give me a sway roll. Six.
Hey!
Oh.
Okay. Put a few more dots into that one. There we go. And with that, all of our downtime activities are finished. And so that has been
Oh,
episode 5. Oh,
sorry, I put it in the chat. I don't think it's a downtime activity. But Crow wants to visit his mystical arcane box of objects.
his box of things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, your box of things, which currently has it has the book that Archie gave you.
Mm-hmm. It has the book. It has the like very fancy robe that I wore to see Skurlock. That is a gift from Skurlock. And it has a collection of letters and things from my mother.
Okay.
And I'm going to open that box. This box is, by the way, in Crow's room. He does not let anyone see it or inside of it. And I'm going to open it and very like delicately nestle the goat in amidst those things, with the other memories of people who used to be but aren't necessarily still there.
That does beget the question: who or what has the card? And Asher still has it, and I assume you showed everyone.
Yeah.
All right. So you very gently put the goat amongst the remains of people who don't exist anymore, and lock your arcane box and put it away. And that will be episode 5 of Fire in the Dark. Thank you all for joining us, scoundrels. We will do a quick round robin as to who everyone is, where you can find them, and all that. Starting, of course, with, we'll go in reverse order of downtime, so let's start with Rue.
Hello, my name is Rue. I use they, he, or z pronouns. You can find me on Twitter as @IlanaKnight13 and everywhere else as just Ilana Knight. On top of being here, you can also find me on our Vason show, which Mariah DMs. And other than that, I am the marketing and media specialist over at Paizo. I can say what my fancy announcement was now. And this weekend is actually our like really big online event. It's PaizoCon. And everything is free except for the games. If you want to play in online games, you have to buy a ticket, but all of our panels and our partner panels and discount codes and stuff are free. So if you want to come and watch a bunch of panels about tabletop designers and artists doing their thing, that's this weekend, and it'll be all on our Twitch. And if you follow Paizo on Twitter, you'll get notifications and that sort of thing.
Wonderful. Mariah.
Hi, I'm Mariah, or Mischievous Red. My pronouns are she, her. I am typically found here because I am one of the co-founders along with AshenWorks. I am here, obviously, and then I sometimes join for Wednesday Night Magic, and then I run, as Rue said, a Vesson stream, which we're having trouble scheduling, but it will be back. But yeah, that's what I do and where I can be found.
Wonderful. Special Agent Coulson.
God damn it. Hi, I'm Cole, aka Ice Cold Brew on Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, Tumblr, and I guess co-host. I need to get back into using that. But you can also find me here every other Sunday. On top of that, you can also find the podcast I work on with Menara Linehan Marley at Inside the Table on Twitter, and co-host at Inside the Table, or on your favorite podcast feed, such as Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Anchor FM, where we talk about a variety of tabletop RPGs, game design, and just like things we like about games. Good game feel is always a good thing. And we have our 1 year coming up. I am very, very excited about it. It is a game I spent a lot of time reading and working on, and you will find that out about next week, actually, when we release the first part of the episode.
Fair and fun. You said good game feel, and my mouth or my head originally went into good mouth feel of games. How does the game feel when you put it in your mouth?
If I had the spindle wheel deck, I would just be like biting into it right now. That's a game with good mouth feel.
Great. And Parker.
Hi. I'm just still laughing at that. Anyways, hi, I'm Parker. I've been playing Asher. You can find me most places on the internet at the Pixie Parker, namely, I don't even know where I am lately. It's been busy. But I am trying to get back to streaming. But you can find me here, obviously, on the Sundays, or in that Vason game, where I play more chaos shenanigans alongside Rue. It's a good time. Otherwise, you can find me streaming on my own channel, where I do dating sims mostly, because that's who I am as a human being, if you can't tell. If I can't flirt my way out of a problem, I don't know what else I'm gonna do with myself. So that's pretty much it. I swear I'm gonna get back to a regular schedule at some point and more regular things, but life is a lot, friends. It's just busy. Anyways, that's it from me.
Thank you, Parker. And I am Jamie Wolf. My pronouns are they, them. I am your GM. I am a variety streamer and an artist. You can find me over on my own channel, Jamie Wolf. You can find me over on Twitter as Jamie Wolf Art. Beyond that, you can occasionally find me playing Magic the Gathering here on the Huntsman's Hydra, or you can find me with our wonderful producer, Brandon, playing Elden Ring on some Wednesdays. But yeah, and so of course, as always, last but not least, we have to give it up to our wonderful producer, and of course the vaguely reminiscent god figure who looks down on all of Duskfall and says, "Fuck it, they'll figure it out themselves." AshenWorks. So our thanks to him. But with all that said, we'll see you next time, scoundrels.